How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning, good morning. Finally, good day, Manthus and Twitch chat. How we doing, Vallegro? Welcome. Little Uve, good morning to you. Bronze? Nah, we don't do no bronze. Bronze is silly. It's all copper, silvers, and golds over here. All the gold. Eliath, how we doing? Welcome, good morning. And Snowbell TV, good morning to you as well. How are we all doing this morning? Did everybody have a good weekend? I hope everybody did. Hope people's weekends were enjoyable, stress-free. Unless, of course, you've been watching the Race to World first, and then it's heating up pretty quickly. Ginny, how we doing? Welcome, welcome. I didn't pay a huge attention to it yesterday, but I did know that both Echo and Limit are getting remarkably close. Is this going to be a single reset mythic race? It's very speed is. I'm so used to they're saying it's going to be killable before reset. This is it, right? I'm so used to them going pretty much at least one reset, but sure. Went outside yesterday, almost got killed by the enemy. Yeah, I took the dogs out for a walk this morning. I came home and I sneezed. I was like, right, this outside business, it's not for me. Not for me. Haven't sneezed in a week. Go outside once. Achoo, achoo. Oh, there we go. Managed to sell a few rank 5s, holding on, not making any new rank 5s, waiting for rank 6 to unlock. The legendary situation is somewhat frustrating. For to be, unless you are on any one of the top 4 realms, I think you're having a really tough time with legendaries right now. Now, I don't mind too much because, I mean, it's just play money at this point. I'm lucky enough that I have enough gold that it doesn't really, if I lose a few million, it doesn't really make a huge difference to me because it's play money. It's all good fun. Rank 4s are popping off though. Like literally, I can't craft those damn things faster. Rank 4s are selling really well. Really well. Yeah, I ignored. Threatening to kill my pets. Yeah, I ignored. Not sure what you did, but now it works for my leather worker. Well, there we go. All good, all good. I'm new to the stream. Is this the regular streaming time? Yes. We start at, give or take, well, my time, it's currently 11 AM. And we go to about 3. The stream's usually 3 to 4 hours long. The schedule card down below in the description will give you your local times, I believe, and even does a countdown. It's quite a cool little feature. Man from the future. Hey, at least I don't live in Australia. Then I'd be really far in the future, right? Really far in the future. Before we dive into main character business, I need to get the bank characters up and running. Check their situation. Check what we need to repost. Drop the volume of the tunes just a little bit. With it being Monday though, of course, the one thing we do every Monday is we go through the weekly Wowhead economy wrap-up report thingy mabob. We'll go through that in a little bit. We'll let a few people, give people the opportunity to join in, let people flood in so they don't miss it live. And we'll get that done, and we're now at a point on Sylvanas, my home realm, right? I'm at a point where I'm kind of content with the progress that I've made here. The Wowhead Economy Weekly Wrap-Up blog. It's a doodah. It's a thingy-mabob. It's a post. Yeah, I'm kind of content with Sylvanas now. With the progress that we've made. If I switch it to this one, because you guys don't want to see my big ugly face all the time. Hunter, tier 4, honoured. Mage, tier 4, honoured. Paladin, tier 4, honoured. Druid just does farming business, whatever, not bothered. Demon Hunter has no real purpose in life other than just being there. So these 3 characters are my legendary crafters. They have, not only are they tier 4 honoured, by tier 4 honoured I mean tier 4 with the Archivist Codex and honoured with Death's Advance. For the most part that means unlocked Crafters Mark 3 and 4. They all also are maxed out on their legendaries. So from a gold making profession based setup, I'm done here. All short of going to old expansions and picking up old patterns, these 3 characters are done. Sylvanas is about as complete as I want it to be. And so it is about time to start realigning our focus to some of the other realms again. I have to play catch up a little bit on Tauren Mill. If we switch over there real quick, we've got to play catch up a little bit over here for one very simple reason. Both are 2 characters over here. Blacksmith and jewel crafting is a go-go. Not only is it a go-go, but we are seriously lacking in renown. So I don't have the ability to craft rank 5s or rank 6s, even where possible. Yes, for Allegro they're also Horde, which is pleasing to many players, for sure. The Druid's in the same situation. The legendaries are coming along nicely. This is my leatherworker and tailoring. Both my leatherworking and tailoring are pretty much rank 3 across the board, so I'm missing out on a lot of opportunities to be crafting and selling rank 5s over here right now. Not that I have a huge amount of liquid gold to be able to buy the crystals to craft the damn things in the first place, but we should at least be, doing something. But that requires me to get to Renown 44. So today, probably tomorrow, we're going to be doing a little bit of renown grinding, campaign completing, doing whatever we can do to hopefully get these guys in a position where their legendaries can start popping off. But we're getting there. We're getting there. My Demon Hunter is already level 8. Wow, you leveled all the way to level 8? What, don't they start at level 8? Don't they literally start at level 8? But yeah, it won't be too long. Trust me. 6-7 hours of gameplay, you'll hit level 50. From 50 to 60. It'd be interesting to see just how quick 50 to 60 is now. I'm waiting for one of the speed levelers to, do something interesting. Because I would imagine the leveling from 50 to 60 now is actually really pretty quick. I mean, with flying, I reckon you can zerg through those levels so fast. Because it almost got to the point where grinding dungeons almost became the meta. Mainly due to the fact that you could just rinse and repeat. There was no downtime. No downtime. Feel like starting tomorrow. Every day that Mantheus doesn't add new channel point actions, he has to kill a pet. Sounds reasonable, right? Yeah, so reasonable. Actually, so reasonable. I feel that will motivate you. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I'm going to be brutally honest with you. I can't really. I'm lacking good things to do with these channel points. I'm lacking good things to use them for. Because I'm not really content with doing the same old boring stuff. I'm going to be honest that the hydrate and posture check and sponsored ad stuff is all very generic, I think. You're a content creator, be creative, create content with them, Yeah. The killer pet for 10k was a nice thing. Yeah, it was kind of cool, but it was priced wrong. And to a degree, we've done that, right? We've done that now. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'll do some Googling. No, it was priced fine. Of course, should have been 5k points. That's just because you were just a casual murderer. Outrageous behaviour. Way too much casual murder on the go in this stream. Damn. None of us have a bunch of points stacked up right now. Well, yeah, this is it. This is it. This is the concern. I know full well that you guys have probably got. You're sat on a pile of gold, pile of points. Coffee beans are stacked to the moon and back. So I got to be careful. You've done this to yourself. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. We'll see. We'll see. Work in progress. I'll give you the big old soon TM. No more mini games. Well, I want to use. I've decided Boomers is going to be utilised for giveaways. Right. I'm going to utilise Boomers for giveaways. A lot of people out there use marbles. I quite like marbles, but everybody uses marbles. No shade on those that use marbles. I just think everybody uses marbles. I will activate and switch on Boomers for the purpose of like little giveaways. We're getting a small collection of giveaway stuff available. So I'm going to focus more so on the default generic sellout mode stream sort of thing. Things like, you know, hit the sub goal, do a bonus stream. In the bonus stream, we'll play some silly games. We'll do some giveaways. We'll, you know, that sort of thing. Maybe even kill a few pets if you're so inclined. You could just add channel point actions, of course. I would like to do something a little bit more interactive with them, that's the thing. How often should I do a cancel scan? I'm doing it every 30 minutes. Well, arguably you should cancel scan as frequently as you can. For the basis that the second you are undercut on something, your likelihood of you actually selling that item is considerably less. It doesn't go from 100% to 0, but it does drop heavily. So arguably the second you get undercut, given the opportunity too, I mean, if it wasn't for the throttle, I guarantee you people would literally be cancel scanning constantly, because the second they get undercut on something, they would want it to be relisted. Now, it's entirely, it depends, right? Because it depends what you're selling, how much of it you are selling. If you're in a position like me where you're stocking and trying to sell a lot of legendaries, you'll probably find your cancel scan will get, your entire cancel scan quota will get hoovered up by just legendaries, which means that you, which means that you're, you don't have much leeway to be cancel scanning everything else. If you're selling consumables, for example, the cancel scan strategy is probably slightly different, because what you probably want to do is craft a large quantity of said consumable. Let's just say, I don't know, feasts for something that is very well known. If you craft 100 feasts, but you probably only want to post 20 at a time, every time you get undercut, you can post another 20. And you can do that 5 times before you then actually need to do a cancel scan. So there's different strategies depending on what you're selling and in what sort of quantity you're selling. On a high pop realm, it usually goes down to 100 to like 5%. Yes and no. Like I said, it also depends what you're selling. If you're selling a big ticket item like a legendary, yeah, your chance is very heavily diminished. But consumables is one of those things. If you're just throwing up like 10, 15 every minute, That's great. Even if you get undercut, somebody might come in and buy 200 of them and buy not only yours but the ones that undercut you and your original posts all in one go. It only takes a big buy to, you know, take everything. So there's ways and means you can go about it for sure. Let's see what we've got. We've sold some Shadow Steel Greaves already this morning. 168 gear. I'm still making, I'm still selling a reasonable amount of this 168 gear, you know. Mainly because people have taken their eyes off it. And because they've taken their eyes off it, it's meant that the price has had an opportunity to reset. And, alright, you don't sell complete sets of it as frequently anymore, but bits and pieces do still sell. Which is pleasant to see. Still full-on cancel scan on Legos. Hang on, that was a post scan. That's not right. Base legendaries cancel. Serious question: a Friday evening stream with alcohol and golf with your friends on stream. I've seen that concept in another stream and it was mega funny when the booze got the effect. I'm not a fan of drinking on stream. Maybe it's because I'm too old, but I think it's highly irresponsible. But the golf, the golf with your friends side of things sounds pretty interesting. That sounds pretty interesting. Because one thing I would like to try and organise is, I think us in the gold making community, there's quite a few gold makers in the EU at this point, which means that we could line it all up quite nicely. I think we need to get more community based events up and running. That would really help push the community forward generally, rather than just, you know, each and every creator trying to go at it themselves. I would say that, yeah, if we could get, like, too old, you're like 25, just like me. Hey, look, I'm not against to getting absolutely shit-faced drunk and playing golf. My point is I'm not going to advocate doing such via streaming at the same time. That's just super level irresponsible. I'll do it by myself though. I'll do it with friends off stream, sure, but I'm not going to advertise it to the world. And yeah, I'm absolutely 25. Yeah, we'll go with that. Sure. Okay, we'll just do it off stream. You've got friends off stream? Shocking, right? Actually shocking. I've also taken a slightly different approach to how I list my legendaries on Sylvanas as well now. You may notice a lot of these are going on at normal price, because I've decided to take the approach of that I will sell stuff for literally what it costs me to make. But if you go below that price, I'm just going to ignore your auctions. And it frequently means that when the entire market is below my crafting cost, it means I just post a lot of stuff at normal. I'm going with the mindset of that because I'm not ranking anything, because I'm not leveling anything, I have zero need to ever sell anything for a loss. But if other people want to sell their stuff at a loss, I'm also not going to give my things away just because they want to do that as well. Because the very common option is when you set up TSM, one of the most common ways that people have it set up is so that if we look at, say, for my Lego posting one, it usually is set, hang on, it's usually set to, you know, if it goes below minimum, post at your minimum, just so you kind of like, you're next in the queue. But just because one person has decided they want to give their shit away for free, why would I then still want to give my stuff away for free as well? I don't. If theirs sells, it very rarely is the case, but if theirs sell, I don't want to then give mine away almost for free as well. So this one, the ignore auctions below minimum, is really, really well suited to legendaries, in my opinion. If somebody wants to trash the price and somebody wants to, you know, deep undercut and they want to go past cheaper than cost, sure, you do you. I'm going to let yours expire. I'm going to let yours sell. I'm going to let yours expire, whatever the case may be. But I'm just going to pretend your auctions don't exist. And this, I think, is very powerful for legendaries. That ignore option is new. It's the same as just posting it normal. Not quite. Not quite. It will still take the normal approach. But it will, if something goes below your minimum price, instead of posting at minimum or instead of posting at maximum, it just ignores it. It just pretends that auction doesn't exist, and then recalculates where it's going to position it. So it'll still undercut. It'll still undercut whatever isn't below your minimum, which is kind of a happy medium. I think this works very well for legendaries. Use that for pets, epic BOEs, best choice for high value stuff in my opinion. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought for that stuff where it's sort of, you know, a big ticket item, if somebody wants to trash the price, you go ahead, you take a loss on it. That doesn't bother me. I'll let yours sell. But when mine sells, I don't want mine to be in a position where I make minimum profit off it. I want to just be posting mine in a regular fashion, you know. So I've chosen to go with this for a little while just to see how it works. But I'm already liking this, and it's quite flexible in how it works. It's a little bit confusing though, because a lot of the time I gauge what's happening with a market by how it posts on the auction house, and so when something does say posting at normal, it gives me the false impression that I'm the only one listing it, when actually I'm not. It's just a case that all of the other ones that are listed, it could be 1, it could be 15, are actually posted below my minimum price, which is I would like it if you were using that option for the TSM text to be something different. Posting at normal because, or posting at normal due to below minimum or something. A slightly different highlight text would be beneficial. Maybe I'll suggest that to the TSM team at some point. I'm not entirely sure how well it will work long term, but I think for those smaller realms where there's less transactions overall, I think it's a setting that could be put to good use. So we'll test it for a while. Should I make that second account for cancel scans? I mean, if you're frequently hitting the throttle and are not able to cancel scan everything that you want to cancel scan on a frequent enough basis, it does start to become sensible to have a second account, because, you know, double the accounts, double the quota. Yeah, it's a wise move if you really are struggling to do everything. But you've got to remember that the cost of running that basically doubles your outlay. That second, you've got to make considerably more profit because of that second account for it to pay for itself, you know. Morning all, how goes the 5 and 6 sales? Still horrendously slow. I'm not going to lie, still horrendously slow. I genuinely just don't think there's enough demand on my realm for people to be... This is the problem, right? I'm seeing that unless your realm has a competitive scene in some way, shape or form, people tend not to be that competitive. And if you're not that competitive, a rank 4 will do. And I think that's the mindset that most people are in, because a rank 4 can often be 10% of the cost of a rank 5. And often a rank 4 will do. Now, that's not true to say on the high population realms though, because there's also a very strong competitive scene. And when people are competitive, they have to have the best. Have to have the best. There's no option but to have the best. Because it's competitive, right? If you don't have the best and somebody else has the best, you lose. But if your server's not got a really strong competitive scene somewhere, it doesn't matter where that scene is, it could be PvP, it could be M+, it could be the raid. But without that competitive scene, people are not going to feel the need to be competitive. And I think that's the slight issue that I'm having over on Sylvanas right now. That while it's still technically considered a high pop realm, it's not one of the full population ones, not by a mile. But it's still considered high pop. There's just not enough competitiveness on it. See, it was different in 9.0 due to everything was new, and having the biggest and best stuff when everything's new is quite cool. But the fact that, like I said, a rank 4 will do. Rank 4 is still item level 235. Comfortably good enough. Meta rank 5s and 6 are low profit on Twisting Nether, so I don't know if I can be asked. The meta slots, I think, were always going to be super competitive, which is a catalyst for very low profits. But if you the advantage of still competing in those markets, though, is it's going to do work for scaring off those same players from expanding any further. If people can't sell the Shadowgast neck, if people can't sell on the Shadowgast ring, if people can't sell on the Grimveiled capes and make a huge profit out of it, they're going to have very little interest in trying to craft and sell any of the other legendaries. Now, weirdly, it's those occasional sales of the other legendaries that are going to be your super profitable ones. People are probably just selling their crystals to fund the rank 4 as well. Well, this is it. This is it. Let's say 2k a crystal. The average rank 4 is probably 25k. Yeah, you only need to gather up 10 crystals and sell 10 crystals at market rate, and your rank 4 has been paid for. Which is all the more reason to sort of, you know, maybe rank 4 will do. Maybe rank 4 will do. We'll see though. We'll see. I'm you can tell I'm still very stocked up on crystals. I've got probably 5-6 million golden crystals just ready and waiting. I'm happy to play the long game though. I'm happy to craft a bit of stuff, play the long game. Doesn't bother me too much. Like I said earlier in the stream, I'm fortunate that I've been making gold for long enough that I kind of know I know the flow of how it works. And if I lose a few million or I make a few million, it's all good either way. Do you think it will be the Soul Cinders that will effectively stop the rank 5s and 6s being ult friendly? I plan on buying a 6 on my main when I have enough Cinders, but not going to go beyond 4 on my 3 ults. Not really. And I think not really, because I feel the I feel the longevity of Torghast is better this patch. Meaning you may have more reasons to go in and play Torghast. As the weeks go on, Torghast is still, right now, very, very heavily time gated, right? But actually, your effectiveness in Torghast explodes. But when you get the, what do they call it, the tower knowledge, by the time you've got a decent stack of that tower knowledge, you are absolutely zerging Torghast. Plus there's the bonus room in Torghast that has some cosmetics and bits and pieces in there that people are going to want. Are there any more reasons to do Torghast though? Well, like I said, there is a few extra rewards in there. The new vault section you can get to has got some good stuff. Cosmetics mainly, but a few bits and pieces. Bonus anima and stuff in there as well. Discord has the updated price tracker if people are interested. Volumes have dipped a bit, but pretty stable apart from that. That'll be interesting to take a look at real quick. So let's take a little looky then. A little bit of a looky at the Core Fight price tracker. Pricing is stayed relatively I mean, the sale rate is still incredible. Actually amazed by the sale rate on this stuff. Regional average daily sold. There's a lot more of them selling as well. And it's interesting to see that the average regional price isn't really dropping. If it is, it's dropping by like 50 gold. Yet the actual uptake in the amount of people buying the crystals is increasing. Now, whether that's goblins buying them all up so that they've got them, case in point, or whether it is people buying them to go find a crafter, how much success have people had, like one-on-one crafting, rank 5s and 6s? Because I've not really seen any of that at all. I've not even seen people in trade chat asking for a crafter to make them. Conditional formatting's wrong on column 1. It looks deceptive. Yeah, it is a little bit weird. Something's gone wrong with the bottom bit. I've been making them for my guild. That might be. Sold a single one in trade chat. I think this uptick is probably just, you know, more people trying to get into the game. And if you think about it, even if somebody only wants to craft Shadowghast rings, for example, they're still probably going to want to make a good few of them. Now, you make 5, what is it? You make 5 legendaries, that's 200 crystals. That's a stack of crystals. Poof, gone. This is interesting though. Region average daily sold. This is still only 2 stacks of crystals a day. That's still only 10 legendaries a day. In actual crystal. That's interesting. I guess it's an average though, right? Yeah. I rarely advertise in trade chat though. The thing is you would expect people to be asking for somebody to craft. If there was people that were buying the materials to then take them to a crafter, you would expect them to also be shouting about it in trade chat, looking for leatherworker to craft rank 5, say. And I've not really seen much of any of that. Which tends to give me the impression that people aren't even doing that. As people in their guild will just make it for them. That's good and all, but that also assumes that everybody's in a guild. I would be amazed if more than 20% of the actual player base is in a semi-active, reasonable guild. Just being in a cesspool guild, by the way, doesn't count. But I'm talking about a guild that actually engages in content and is somewhat organised. The only ones I see in trade chat are just the people who are trying to level up to max. Yeah, this is it. People have hit rank 3, and instead of making rank 3s, they're trying to craft people rank 5s. I've seen a little bit of that, true. Yeah. I believe the lack in trade chat messages comes from a lack of trust in people. When I have to trade 40 Korthite crystals and other materials before getting anything back. It is true, people are a little bit cautious about getting skamazed, but either way, you would still expect, you know, the law of averages says that some people don't care. Got about 10 whispers over the weekend asking about crafting with their mats. So people are interested in doing that then. I think we may see mini bumps on Wednesdays from now on with some overall stock being eaten up. Overall, I see the price trending downwards as of now. Yeah, I think that now that we are nearly, well, we're 2.5 weeks into the patch, aren't we? I think by this point, if we were to have seen a boom, we would have probably seen it by now. I think the best case scenario is if the price of the crystals stays at a stable point. I mean, this 2.2k, 2.2, 2.3k, if it stays relatively stable at this point, that's the best possible outcome, I think. The worst scenario is if it drops by 500 gold a week. Because if it drops by 500 gold a week, you're going to get crafters panic selling their stuff. Because 500 gold, a drop of 500 gold on your Korthite crystals is the same as losing, what, like 20k profit? Or worst case scenario, losing 20k on the crafting cost. My low to mid US realm has prices down at about half to 60% of the peak. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be this is interesting though. The actual quantity. 15th of July. What day was the 15th? Was that Wednesday? 15th was Thursday. See, that makes sense to me. This also reinstates my belief that we get a huge zerg of crystals available after Wednesday. Either on or after Wednesday, because everybody goes and does their weekly stuff. Wednesday was the 14th. So we saw a big spike on the 14th. It continued on till the Thursday as people finished off their weekly activities. Peaked on the Friday and then started to rapidly decline. This is interesting to see just how rapidly it declines back down. Shaping Fate's going to force people to do Korthia every week. This is true because of course it's tied to renown. Yeah. Undermine Journal volume tends to peak out at about 3 PM. I've taken it a bit early today, so expect it to hit around 125k. That's still an indication that 25,000 crystals have disappeared over the weekend, and tends to indicate that there isn't actually enough crystals being produced outside of the weekly activities to supply demand. But like Stroh's just said, people are forced to do Shaping Fate every week. So they're somewhat forced, if they want to stay ahead on Renown, to continuously do at least a day or so's worth of Korthia every week. This is quite interesting. I like this. Keep this up, Woo. Keep this up, Woo. This is good. This is good. We love us some data. Let me finish getting all of this stuff on the auction house though. Busy couple of weeks coming up, but I'll keep the basics on track. Thank you, my man. Thank you, thank you. Oh no. I crafted myself a 162 Shadow Ghast Wasteguard in replacement and then forgot to ever list it. Oops. $1,300 Korthite crystals on the auction house plus whatever goblins have in their banks. Yeah, I would imagine at this point on the bigger realms, there's probably multiple people in a similar situation to me, where, I mean, I technically have, I probably have over double the crystals that are on the, how many are on the auction house here? Let's take a look. There's 1,800 Korthite crystals on my realm. I mean, I have more than that. I have more than the entire auction house stock. Just Jesus, what people are. This has got it. What's going on here? Hang on. Let's investigate this. Why is there 500 crystals all of a sudden at the same price by one dude? Oh dear. Oh dear, somebody's panicking, somebody's cashing out. Realm volumes tend to be super spiky. There was only 800 on Sylvanas last night. Yeah. Oh dear, this dude is cashing out. This guy's had enough, he's out of there. Probably bought them to flip them and has now realised that, oops, this flip's not happening. This is the problem, right? Flippers, as far as market data goes, they just skew the results heavily. See, this dude initially buying 586 Korthite crystals gave a strong impression that there was more of a demand for them than there actually was, because all that's happened now is he's gone, oh shit, and he's dumped them all back on the auction house. Posting that many screams panic. Yeah, it does. So much so I'm tempted to buy them. So much so that I'm very tempted to buy them. Due to the fact that there's one, if I don't, somebody else will. And two, it's not actually a bad price compared to my average. If I was to just hoover these up, it's 1,000,000 gold. People have no choice but to undercut now. It's just a massive wall. Yeah, you're not going to get a reset past this unless somebody buys them. It's another 1,000,000 gold. It's another 1,000,000 to spend on Korthite crystals. But with such a massive wall as this, it will incentivize the price to be 1,500 gold by the end of the day. And the thing is I don't really want another 500 Korthite crystals. Whisper him, get a discount. Where's Kojak when Manthias needs viewers' help? Yeah. Yeah, where's all my stream snipers when I need them? You see, I mean, it's quite literally a third of what's on the auction house right now. And it's interesting. The entire realm is only 3,000,000 gold. This is the thing, right? I still really believe that there's not enough of these to go around, because when it's finding that equilibrium, right? It's finding that balance point between the price to which people are willing to start buying those rank 5s and the very second people decide to start buying rank 5s, the crystals will disappear. Now, I would have hoped by this point to have seen more demand for rank 5s than I have done. Now, Wednesday is going to be the big telling day for me, because if on or after Wednesday we still don't see a surge of people wanting to buy rank 5s or 6s, we know categorically everything's just way too expensive. There'll be panic all around. My god, there's now 600. There's even more of them. Somebody else has added theirs to the pile. Things are just too expensive for common folk. Yeah, this is the concern. And without that competitive nature, people are happy with a rank 4. People are more than happy with a rank 4. I'd whisper and offer 1,500 for each for the stack. Don't know. I feel if that's a dick. I feel that feels like a bit of a dick move. I know that guy's already taken a massive hit on what he would have paid for them. Imagine on my realm a reset of crystals now is 2 mil, and it's Twisting Nether. Yeah, and on Twisting Nether, 2 mil is pocket change to some people, literal pocket change. A lot of people in my guild are pissed off at the prices. Almost nobody's got a rank 5. Yeah, it's interesting, right? It's this is a huge wall, though. There's a wall of 800 crystals at the bottom now. Doesn't leave any room for movement. But the problem is 800 crystals is another 20 legendaries, which doesn't sound like a lot, but I've probably sold less than 20 rank 5s or 6s in total so far. So it is a lot. Nor do I want to hemorrhage my gold much further than I already have. In my opinion, anybody who cares enough to buy a rank 5 especially will have soon generated 40 Korthite crystals on Korthia. Rank 5 lasts a week, rank 6 lasts into 9.2. I think there'll be many more buyers after the reset for rank 6. You have a lot of crystals, be patient a bit. Oh, I'm 100% happy to play the long game. I'm so content with playing the long game that I'm considering going even deeper. Because 2k a crystal, 2k a crystal's 80k base crafting cost. So 2k a crystal means I can probably sell, or sub 2k a crystal means I can probably sell legendaries for 100k each all day long. Assuming that there's people out there that want them. Considering your average rank 4 right now is probably 30-40k, to buy a rank 6 for 100k is still a lot, but most people don't want to waste money in Soul Cinders on a 249 and a waiting. This seems to be the common thing, right? It seems to be the very common thing that people have looked at rank 5s, they've first seen the price of rank 5s, and they've also worked out that, well, hang on, I get a rank 6 next week anyway. Made enough profit from recent rank 4 sales to cover the cost of all my crystals, so not really that bothered. Yeah, I'm in a similar position. The huge stacks of crystals in my bags are, I wouldn't say they're paid for, but a good chunk of them is, a good chunk of the cost has been covered. by profits on rank 4s. Rank 5 and 6s are the same price on my server. Rank 6s were selling for less than rank 5s on my realm the other day. Do what I do, sell a rank 6 at the same price your competitors post their rank 5s. Yeah. So crazy that Hikons gets 25 mil profit in the last 7 days. I can't sell any rank 6s. I mean, there's 3 big factors in play there. 3 massive factors in play. 1, he plays on the NA realms. Wu hit the nail on the head. Now, I keep banging on about this, and I feel bad for saying it, but making gold on the NA realms is considerably easier. Now, that's only an opinion until I physically prove it to be so. But it is the case. Secondly, he's also playing on the largest of large realms and has everything prepped and set up beyond belief. And third, his name is Hikons and he's an absolute 5-head genius. So, yeah. Yeah, there we go. Hikons is Hikons, plays on the NA, and he's on the 3 biggest servers. Yeah. And he's got bags of gold to play with. Hikons plays a lot and is great at the goal making game, but he isn't fundamentally doing anything different from you lot. That was true. It's true. He's not doing like, the thing is the thing that blows my mind is that he barely even cancel scans. He does 25 mil profit in 7 days and barely cancel scans. He crafts stuff and he puts it on the auction house. And because he's one of only a handful of people that do that on one of the largest NA realms and still makes an average of 50% margin on everything he sells. I mean, like I said, no shade to the guy. He's one of the best at what he does. But for the most part, he's not doing anything too differently. He's crafting stuff, he's buying materials, and he's selling stuff for more than he spent on crafting it. What NA servers is he on? It's easier to tell you which servers he's not on. But I want to say Tichondrius, Illidan. I think he's now on Area 52 as well. I can't remember. Basically the big ones. Just joined the stream. Are we talking about Hikons? Yeah, I mean his name comes up in the chat frequently because he's doing bits right now. See, look what's happening. One dude posts 500 Korthite crystals, makes a massive wall. Everybody else has got no choice but to undercut. Maybe I use this wall to my advantage. Maybe I use this to my advantage because either another goblin is going to come in and hoover these up. Now, if they do, it's not the end of the day because it's not like I'm short on Korthite crystals. But what this is probably going to do is by the end of the day, it's going to fall unless somebody buys this out. Yeah, actually, that's my plan of action. I'm not going to buy this. The reason I'm not going to buy this because I'm going to use it to my advantage. I'm going to use this to force people to keep undercutting on the price of Korthite crystals, and then I'll just buy all the cheap ones. Walling like this is just straight panic mode, but I can actually use it to my advantage to get some even cheaper crystals. That's my plan of action. Well, especially considering 600 is backed up by another 230. Yeah, we'll leave it there. Let me get the rest of this stuff. Okay, we've cleaned the mailbox. Let me get the rest of it up on the auction house. Do a quick cancel scan. I don't think anybody's online at the moment, no. It's just the scale. It's that he flips on 45 different servers. Oh yeah, I mean, he's when you are everywhere, it's almost impossible to lose. Right, there's the last of just the stuff on the auction house. Let's grab anything that's... Oh, I definitely didn't mean to press that button. Ugh. Okay, let's try that again. I meant to press shortfall, not post cap. There we go. So the two goblins who are having an emo slap fight on the auction house, those prices may not be that bad with the new crashed Corthite prices. I think they've resolved their issues, and they've kind of, you know, chilled out a little bit. Meta slots are still in the dumpster, but I expected the meta slots to be in the bin anyway, so I'd have been surprised if the meta slots weren't in the bin. 70k mailbox without a Lego sale. Small time goblin like me got to be happy about that. Yeah, you want to keep yourself ticking over with other stuff. You want to keep yourself nicely ticking over with other stuff. Because then if you have a good day or a bad day with legendaries, it's it doesn't matter, because you've still, you know, paid the bills. Alright, there we go. Everything's looking good over here now. Let's, what's this? Oh, I know which account that is. Let's check this one real quick. We'll go over the Wowhead economy report in a minute. $202.30 for sure, but would you bother with 87 100s, 150s and 168s right now? Yes, absolutely yes. Massive levels of yes, all of the yeses. Because that's your bread and butter, right? It's stuff that you're probably not going to have to piss about cancel scanning on. 168s, no? Lies. Lies. I'm selling loads of 168s. Not only am I selling loads of 168s, I'm selling them at a considerably higher profit than I was before patch 9.1. Why? Because of that exact reason. Because other people aren't bothering. Why would anybody buy a 168 when they can buy a 200? I don't care. People do. It's not my place to decide what people buy. It's my place to offer them that item. And it should be your place as well as a goal maker. If it's profitable, craft it and sell it. Don't not craft something because you think somebody won't buy it. If we take a look, let's grab these out, these expireds. Groups, hang on, ledger, revenue, sales. Can we easily filter A hell of a lot of enchants. Yeah, I can't easily filter them by item level, which is the problem. Because it just highlights them all as defaults in the ledger. Which is a bit annoying. But we're absolutely still crafting a little bit of everything. Would it be a bad move to sell non-meta slots cheaper than my competition? I don't think anybody would buy a rank 5 or 6 tailoring hood for 400k. They might for 200 though, and it would still be a lot of profit. There's no yes or no answer to that one. Yeah, I mean, there's a valid argument for yes and there's a valid argument for no. Once again, you're making the assumption that somebody wouldn't buy something, which is a rule you really got to get out of. As a gold maker, you really need to, like, it's totally logical to do it though, right? It's not a bad thing, but as a gold maker, you really need to snap out of the mindset of not doing something because you think somebody else won't do it. So that mindset alone needs to switch, regardless of whether you think somebody will buy it or not situation though. 400k could be too expensive, whereas 200k might attract more people to it. So that this is why in the real world, people who sell things like don't price everything stupidly high because they know that they're going to limit their market. If you post something at 200,000 gold, there's a lot more people that would consider buying it than if it is listed at 400k. That is a fact. But it's finding where in that point that you're happy. You need to find that happy medium between sell rate and profit. I tend to go with the theory of just sell everything as fast as you can. Go for turnover and then profit will come naturally. But you gotta. I wouldn't do the deep undercuts. If it's a difficult one to answer. Meta's way overblown. A low percentage of players raid. Meta is irrelevant to many. It's true. It's true. I mean, I'm still selling off-meta pieces. That's for a fact. I'm still selling a wide variety of pretty much everything. We go ledger, we just go sales, and we go Grim Veiled. A lot of it's meta slots, but we are still selling some stuff that's not meta. Mittens, pants, mittens, cape. Pants, mittens, cape. Shoulders we sold. A big shoulders as well. This was a rank 5 or a rank 6, along with a hood. Two rank 5 and rank 6. Rank 5 or rank 6, I can't tell from here. But 2 big boy sales on shoulders and hood, which you wouldn't expect. Sandals, capes, robe, spolders again, bracers, cape. I mean, it's a splattering of everything, and that's just Grim Veiled. Are you listing legendary pieces that conflict with raid domination socket gear? Yes. Yes, because not everybody's a raider. I list everything. I craft everything and I list everything. The less it's good to be able to know what to do and when to do things. It's very helpful to understand what type of players you're trying to attract. But don't not do something because you think that somebody won't buy it, because that's bonkers. That's bonkers. 400k might be 10 times the profit of 200k. You can always lower the price later, it's harder to raise it. That's also very true. That's very true. If it is exponentially more difficult for the price of something to go up than it is for it to go down. Because the only way that it's going to go up is if out of nowhere the demand for the item spikes through the roof and it just gets bought out. It's very, very difficult for the price of anything, whether it be a crafted item or a material or anything. It's very difficult for the price of something to go up, which tends to be why it almost always is a race to the bottom. So if you have the ability to list something at 400k today, you probably should do it. Yeah, you probably should do it. Do you cancel scan your 168s and 200s? As and when I've got time to do it. 200s you kind of need to a little bit at the moment, which is why I only post one of each one. Not that account, this account. If you have a very constrained bank / Corethite crystal supply, opportunity cost is that you have to be a little bit selective. You can and should do all, but yes. This tends to lead me to the point that I make quite frequently, is that being how do I say this without it sounding wrong? Arguably, if you can't fully attack a market, you probably shouldn't be in it, because you're naturally at a massive disadvantage to begin with. Let me try and paint this in as an example. So, okay, so let's say you're relatively new to goal making, and you've got alchemy on one of your professions. You've got, I don't know, 50,000 gold already. You're trying to decide, should I start making potions and flasks with alchemy? Should I spend that 50,000 gold making potions and flasks, or should I still be farming? Now, you can step foot into alchemy, but you're going to have to be very selective with the amount, with the potions that you craft. You're going to be limited by just how many of them you can make, because your gold is relatively limited. So let's say you spend all of that 50,000 gold. We're on, okay, hang on. We're going to notepad this out, because I've got to be really careful how I say this, otherwise it comes off like, it comes across wrong. So let's say, for starters, we need a font that's considerably bigger than this piddly font. What's going on here? Let's go 24. So a new goal maker example. You've got, you have 50k gold. You're doing alright. You got yourself a little bit of gold. Do you start crafting with we saved? We're saved, right? I think we're saved. I'm going to assume we're saved. It's because my microphone cable goes over the top of my keyboard, which means I accidentally knock it out the microphone sometimes. So look at the alchemy side of things, right? You've got the craft a select few potions and flasks. Right, you crafted a few things. Let's say you spend all that 50,000 gold. Go and sell your potions and flasks. Now, because you were selective, because you've got to be selective, you decide to craft meta stuff. Meta stuff. Whatever the best flask is, whatever the best potion is, you go with the safe route of crafting meta stuff, right? This is a competitive market. This is always going to be a competitive market. Margins are slim on meta stuff. Right, so let's say you spend the entire you've spent the entire 50,000 gold. Now your margins are going to be slim, right? So let's say that 50k, you make 10% profit on that, which, trust me, for meta potions and flasks is actually very good. You'll make less than that, trust me. 50k then becomes 55k after selling everything. Right, so you've increased your value by taking 50k, being selective in what you craft and sell, and you've turned 50k into 55k. That's a win though, right? You've gone up. You've taken a step forward. This process took 2 hours to complete. Took 2 hours to complete, because if you spend 50k on potions, I shit you not, it's going to take you a while to craft those potions to begin with, right? You got to craft you got to buy those materials, you got to work out what materials you need, you got to buy your materials, you got to craft all of those potions, and then you got to camp the auction house for an hour to sell everything. So in reality, you made 2.5k gold an hour of your time. Now, most people would probably agree that's a lot of effort to make 2.5k gold an hour. It's a lot of effort, right? But that's the reality of it. In this scenario, whilst crafting with alchemy did make you more gold, you should absolutely have gone out farming. So your alternative, farm herbs for 25k gold an hour. It's not rocket science. This is why if you can't fully attack a market, it's often sensible to not really be in that market, because you can't compete properly. You'd be much better off farming, generating some more gold initially, and then when you have a bigger number to begin with, then when you can attack the market properly, that's when you should really start doing it. And with where legendaries are concerned, being able to attack the market properly is not limiting yourself to just crafting one thing and just crafting the meta thing. To do the legendary game properly, you need to be crafting and selling everything, because that's what the market is. Otherwise, if you're only crafting one or two items, you're not really playing the whole Yeah, I'm much further away from the mic. That's the reason, but that's hence why we notepadded it down. But I'm done typing. So, but yeah, it's so do you sell the herbs or farm them to turn them into alchemy things? You would absolutely be selling the herbs. You'd absolutely be selling the herbs. Yeah. So to answer the question, do you sell the herbs that you farm or turn them into alchemy things? You absolutely sell the herbs. Because what we've already established is that the crafting and selling of a small amount of potions and flasks is not worth your time. That's the point. It is, even if you, because if you go out and you farm herbs and you make 25,000 gold an hour, in those 2 hours, you've generated the 50k. If you then also craft a bunch of things with those herbs, craft them into potions and flasks, you then have to add another 2 hours on top of the 2 hours, dramatically reducing your overall gold per hour. Next investment goal, a boom arm. New microphone and boom arm is very high on my list of new things. This microphone is trash. I need a new one. So yeah, when you're making gold at the beginning and you're trying to gather up a large amount, looking at how much liquidity you're able to generate per hour is actually very sensible. And it's not, this is why I recommend to most people that you don't start crafting until you've got at least 1 million gold. Now, some people look at me and go, 1 million gold, that's bonkers. You can start crafting with 20k. And technically you can, but it's super inefficient, so you probably shouldn't. If you are looking to get to a point where you're making enough gold to pay for the game comfortably and to allow your gold to make you more gold, you need a good amount of gold to begin with. But you only have to go through that process once if you want to. You only ever have to go through that initial 20 hours of farming once. When you've done it, you've got enough gold to allow that gold to make you more gold. Boom. Can confirm a boom arm is so convenient. Yeah, I absolutely need a boom arm mic. Absolutely. I need a new mic and I need a boom. It's high on my list of upgrades for the stream. More so than almost anything else. Because obviously, microphone quality will affect not just the stream, but also the YouTube content and podcast audio and all sorts of stuff. The podcast I did with Zanzaful last week before, I could barely listen to it back because my audio quality was trash. Jack obviously did his best to do his audio magic on it, but yeah, this microphone needs to go. Sell out more and better. You know me, I'm not good at the sellout. If you're like me, start flipping once you have 5 gold. Yeah, true. Same with skinning and mining, I presume. Yes. If you're farming for your gold, farm for your gold. Auto-tune for the win. Yeah, I just completely... I'll put my voice through a complete mixer and see what happens. Yeah, if you're farming to make gold, farm to make gold. As soon as you've got enough gold to not have to farm... Yeah, there's rarely a case where doing both is sensible. If you are trying to be efficient. If you don't like farming, the best possible thing you can ever do, if you don't like farming, is do it for 20 hours and then never have to do it again. If you farm for 10 hours and then buy a token, next month you have to farm for another 10 hours to buy the next token. If you don't like farming, farm for 20 hours and then never do it again. because you won't have to. Anyway, that was totally off topic. I had zero intention of doing that, but I hope it proved a point, right? I hope it proved a point that you can, for sure, you know, dabble in crafting, focus on just
You
what's
just lost
optimal.
$5.
Hey, there we go.
For your new microphone.
Thank you, my man. 2-month streak with their Prime Gaming. Thank you, thank you. I will, of course, put it towards new mic. Isn't crafting your farmed herbs being efficient? You can craft while you're cleaning out your flat, preparing meal, etc., and basically don't use any time. No, because that's an illusion. That's an illusion. Just because you're multitasking, multitasking sure is great, but it still doesn't mean you didn't use any time. That in that exact same, if you farm herbs for an hour, and make 25k gold by farming herbs in that first hour, then you spend another hour crafting and selling potions to only make you've not made 50k. You could have just spent a second hour farming and you'll have made 50,000 gold. But because you chose to spend an hour crafting those potions and then selling those potions, that second hour was worth like 1,000 gold to you. Totally pointless. Totally pointless. Is the point that alchemy is never worth it? No. Alchemy becomes massively worth it when you do it at scale. When you buy herbs cheap at the right price, it takes you 10 minutes to buy herbs, not even 5 minutes to make the herbs, and then you spend a couple of hours making a metric ton of potions and flasks, and then you sell them when everybody wants them. So raid nights. You can spend a couple of hours crafting, you can spend an hour or two selling them, and you can sell 1 million gold worth of flasks and potions if you do it at the right time. And you can easily exceed what you could achieve by farming. I don't stream, but I couldn't resist buying the Blue Yeti X. Some hate for it, some love it. For €50 price drop, and I had it on the desk 7, max 14 days before I bought the boom arm and shock mount. Logitech, shut the fuck up and take my money. You probably, because you can buy the Blue Yeti X with the shock mount and the arm as a bundle kit, and you basically get the boom arm and the shock mount for free if you buy the kit, because at least that's the way that it works over in the EU. In Finland, the oh, that's the old. Oh, it's the old Yeti. Oh, okay. Whatever. Either way, not the Yeti X. Fair enough. Fair enough. My bad. I do want the blue microphone boom arm though. It's a very sexy boom arm. I don't like the Rode one. It looks too much like, you know, somebody's arm, like it looks like an arm with no skin on it. Boomer confirmed. Yeah. AT 2020, good mic. It's a bit too good just for hanging out on Discord with mates. Started crafting with around 300k. It was painful and slow, but at around 500k, farmed and stocked up on mats and got some sales too. Boom, the last 6 days, 760k and mats to 6.7 mil. Yeah, once you, this is it. Like, farming, if you enjoy farming, sure, go do farming. It's still reasonably good gold per hour, and you can sell the materials and you're all good, right? It's a nice steady income. But if you don't like farming, bite down, grind your teeth, do it for 20 hours, make enough gold so that you never have to do it again, and then never do it again. But if you don't do those first 20 hours of farming, you'll always be in this repetitive cycle of, you know, of under-optimized crafting and selling. Blue Compass, yes, it's a very, very good boom arm, it is the one I will get. I will probably pair it with a Shure MV7. That's my plan. My sensitivity is low. My friends complain they can hear chickens walking up the plank to their chicken coop. And yes, the chickens are outside. That's just how good the mic is at picking everything up. I need a mic that, yeah. We can talk about microphones all day long. But that was my mini TED Talk on, you know, I've done this in video format on the YouTube channel before. It was actually one of my favourite videos, but it was a while ago now, so I understand many people haven't seen it, but it sort of backs up my reasoning to why I suggest people to actually, you know, get a good chunk of gold together, and to properly attack a market as a whole. Do you remember the name of that vid? No. I think I deliberately gave it a ambiguous thumbnail and title for YouTube algorithm reasons. It was something about alchemy. I'll recognise it when I see it. It was a while back though. It was around this sort of time. Turn your gold into more gold. How to invest your gold in World of Warcraft. It was this one. I'm quite sure it was this one. You can dip into. Why is Amarath recommended by the algorithm? What have you been watching? I don't know. Who knows? This is, yeah, this was the video, I think. This goes into where to invest your gold, yes. Yeah, it's a slightly longer video, and I think the Excel actually confused people more than it helped. I don't think this video ended up being as good as I wanted it to. But either way, this was quite a good one. Apparently I've seen that one. I'll rewatch it later. I'll throw the link in here. But yeah, based on today's mini TED Talk, there's the accompanying video. Is that sheet still actually in my cheat sheet? Investment calculator, it is. The investment calculator is still here. So where to invest your gold. This was designed to help show what different markets can make you. It's based on a total reinvestment of the gold every time you make more. Yeah, this all gets really confusing unless you know what happens with it. So if you start with 50, let's put our example that we did a minute ago. Oh, it's also based on sale rates and stuff. People don't understand all of this. Yeah, this was way too complicated for a first video. This was a much better way for people to actually understand it. Yeah, I think this actually helps explain it a lot better. Anyway, that was relatively off topic either way. What I was planning on doing was actually, you know, firstly, let me get my auction house stuff out of the way. I can smell what the next video is going to be tomorrow. Yeah, it might be actually. I might re-put. Oh, hang on. Mailman is at the door. In fact, it's the wife. Back in 2. No, boys and girls. The mailman is not my wife. That's not how this works. That's not how this works. Manthius is not sleeping with the mailman. No. Although, we did get ourselves a cheeky McDonald's delivery. So we have some lunch to eat real quick, which will give me the opportunity to also get these goddamn auctions on the go. Who was telling me earlier I shouldn't be crafting 168 gear, by the way? Boom. 168 Shadebound Greaves, nearly 6,000 gold. A comfortable... I mean, that's actually mental. They cost me 1,600 gold to make. Masterful Phaedrum Ring, 2,500 gold. Costs exactly 300 gold to make. Boom. Right, let's get some stuff listed though. Go. Stream snipers? What, they making me look good? I don't think so. People go out their way to make me look stupid, not look good. Not worth crafting. Kappa, yeah. Would it be nice if it was the mailman delivering some rank 5 and 6 sales? Yes, very true. Very true. I concur. We're not doing any of that, you do that yourself. That's probably true, actually. I do a pretty good job of making myself look foolish sometimes. How am I meant to scroll wheel and eat a McDonald's at the same time? Can we get rid of that woo noise, please? Not woo in chat, the wind coming through my window. Where's that new mouse when you need it? Yeah. I can't remember which one it was though. 502? Is that what it was? G502? Correct. It will also go on the list of, you know, stream upgrades. I can safely say the audio quality will probably come before a new mouse though. Because my mouse works, there's no reason to change my mouse. Whereas getting some better audio quality for the stream and for the YouTube videos benefits everybody. Foot pedal to hold the control. That's smart. Dirty Herbie uses foot pedals, doesn't he? No hate, but please do like Dirty Herbie and turn off the cam while eating, especially when it's McDonald's. Nah. Foot pedal, okay. I mean, I think that's a little bit... I would have absolutely zero use for anything else than the foot pedals, though. I'd rather just keybind a button on my keyboard to... I mean, I could go as far as making my control button a toggle. I could do that easily. Instead of it, you know, having to hold it down, just press toggle, switch it, press control, spin the mouse wheel, job's done. Easy game. Together with a steering wheel to cancel. What, so you're just doing this? Turn left, turn right, turn left, turn right. Is that what we're going to have to do? Is that how we cancel scan on a steering wheel? I mean, it could be good. Doing wonders for your physical health while I'm eating a McDonald's. Then you could do like those super high input streamers. Could do. Play Mario Kart. Ah, can you imagine if they bought a Mario Kart minigame to WoW? There aren't really any real recommendations other than if you have lots of money to throw at it, get a proper analog one, like a sewing wheel that registers different pressures instead of just a flat I/O. I used to have a steering wheel for one of my games consoles back in the day, but it was probably trash. Have I missed the WoW Weekly Gold Review? No, not yet. I'm being slow on it today. I was about to do it an hour ago. Then we got distracted with mini TED Talks. And now I've had a McDonald's lunch delivery, so I'm eating that first. So you're lucky you haven't missed it yet. You're in time. Not having any other use for it, I use mine to fish on my other account sometimes. That's pretty clever. That's smart. We? Question mark? Yeah, we got distracted. Of course we did. I will hear no different. Deadly Lay Strike bands being posted at normal price. Ceremonious Spear being posted at normal price. Shadow Scale Vest posted at normal price. Deadly Sinvir Ring being posted. See that this is exactly why you craft and sell 168 gear right now. Tauren Mill, one of the biggest realms in the EU. Everybody is so focused on selling item level 200 and 230 gear, they've forgotten to sell 168 gear. Jewel crafting, of all things, going in at normal price because I'm going to be the only one listing it. Opportunities afoot, boys and girls. This is why, if you use my Patreon TSM full profile, you can very quickly and easily craft a little bit of everything and capitalize on those untapped markets that are always out there. It's incredible at the moment just how much profit can be made with Shadowlands Professions, because everybody's focus is so narrowly drawn to just a couple of markets. The other ones are wide open for the taking. And you may not know it until you know, do a restock, and then all of a sudden restock is telling you to make a bunch of these things that you would have never have thought profitable. What's the comfortable rider's harness or something? What's that thing? Made by Leatherworkers, I think. I sell those. I was selling those faster than I could craft the damn things. Barding, there we go. I knew it was something like that. Do you have operations on your TSM stuff in Patreon? Yes. Patreons get my full profile that has both crafting and auctioning operations built in. The default groups I list for everybody is just the group structure. It would require you, it's still a good foundation, but it of course will require you to make your own operations. And thank you, Vallegro, for the shout out, considering my bot is still fast asleep. True, I should specify silver or gold goblins, by the way, on Patreon. What time is it where I live currently? Nearly 1 in the afternoon. The profile I'm using here, for example, on Torin Mill, is my Patreon profile. So it's my Patreon profile that I've just duplicated to work on this realm specifically with some mailing operations. But group layout, it's got all of the professions, everything in every one of the professions, all nicely categorized, everything with both crafting and auctioning operations. A really good solid foundation for you to build upon and customize yourselves if you need, or alternatively just straight out the box import the groups, hit restock, craft what it tells you to craft, sell what it tells you to sell, and you should be good. But yeah, that's about as much sell out as I'll do for now, because I'm not very good at it. Right, let's check what's going on over here real quickly. I'm almost done with my lunch. We've not done a rift yet today, no. Wondering about the price of vestiges. I believe TSM uses market price for Korthite, which is pretty high. Make some Legos minimum price too high to sell. Is there any way I can adjust the price of the vestiges? Yes. Everything is fully customizable in TSM. The easiest way to do it, if you open one of your professions, doesn't matter which one, and go to reports. In reports, you can select, it basically lists every craft that you know and every material that goes into making those crafts. So you go into materials and you would say search for Korthite crystal, and you can see here's your Korthite crystal, and when you click on it, this is what TSM uses when it's working out the material price. Now mine I've customized to do some funky stuff. Yours won't look like this. By default, for example, if you go into TSM just normally, you can change everything's default. If you go into settings and crafting, you'll see you've got these two price configuration boxes. Once again, yours won't look exactly like this. Mine's been customized slightly to put emphasis on the prices that I've paid for materials. But yes, you're right. By default, TSM will go by... It'll probably go by the smallest one of these. DB Market, Crafting, Vendor Buy, or Convert. Now actually, Vendor Buy doesn't count for Korthite crystals. Crafting doesn't count. Convert DB Market doesn't count. So actually, yes, the material cost for your Korthite crystals will be DB Market price by default. But this is where some subtle customization can make a big difference. This isn't the default, no. This is one I've customized. I can't even remember what the default one is. I think the default one is just this bit, I believe. But because I don't farm materials, I just buy them. I put a lot of weight on my smart average buy price. So if I've got a smart average buy price for a material, it will use that. It's still not perfect. I want to change this, but I've not put time or effort into thinking how I want to. Because there's one blaring problem with this. This has become a very popular default material cost method. It's become very popular because it is pretty good, but there's still one huge issue with it, and it's what does TSM do when your smart average buy price or your average buy price is way off what the market price is. We'll talk about that. I need to put some brain power into working out exactly how that works, but that's why my Korthite crystal price, my Korthite crystal price is designed so that if, in fact, let me show it you first and explain why it is the way it is. So, like I said, I don't really farm materials. I just straight up buy everything I need for crafting. So I put a lot of weight on my smart average buy price. But there's a problem, right? If my smart average buy price ends up being considerably higher than what the DB market price for an item ends up being, which is the case in a lot of times, what I want to do is create a system that basically looks at two different options and then chooses the smaller one, right? So it takes the average of my smart average buy price, takes the DB minimum buyout, whatever it is currently, and it also takes the DB market price. So it's taking whatever my buy price is, the absolute lowest price that you can buy that item for, and the average price that is being paid, which the market price is usually pretty high. And it makes an average of all of those three numbers. Now, if the average of those three numbers is smaller than what my smart average buy price is by itself, it will use that. This is designed so that if my smart average buy price for some reason is considerably higher than it should be, it will consider the value of Korthite crystals less to promote the sale of them, to promote me to buy more of them. It's not a way I would suggest for many people, because you are technically pricing your Korthite crystals at a value lower than what you paid for them, but it means you never get left behind. This could come in really this comes in really handy when the price of materials is crashing. It keeps you somewhat competitive in the market and keeps you turning over stock. Do you do that for all of your materials? No. No. Selectively. I would do it with the big ticket items. Heavy callous hide, for example, is one I would use a similar system on. Korthite crystals, obviously, because they're like a good 2k a piece. But like I said, you can edit all of this stuff within TSM. Quite frequently, I've seen people saying that the crafting prices are wrong in TSM. Because they've done some napkin maths and have worked out that it costs them less, or they believe it costs them less to craft something for less than what TSM tells them. But 9 times out of 10 it's because they just haven't configured TSM the way they want it to be. I put a trend multiplier on it, DB market divided by DB historical. Therefore, minimum DB smart average buy multiplied by trend, where trend is DB market by DB historical. Yeah, that's also pretty smart. That will account for, you know, prices going up or going down. Guess the one I want to optimize next for is jewel crafting. I want to do an entire video on jewel crafting. I think it's topical enough at the moment for it to be worthwhile doing. Jewel crafting is a fun one because, of course, you've got 6 different options when it comes to prospecting. So setting up TSM with that in mind is a smart thing to do. The out-of-the-box solution for jewel crafting is pretty trash. Jewel crafting and inscription are 2 professions that need quite a lot of customization in TSM before they work sort of efficiently. Sorry, I know we're literally just looking at a blank screen right now. I apologise. I'm still trying to... Hey, there we go. Shadowguest breastplate. Rank 6. Big sales. Big sales. Cheap as all shit though. That's basically cost. Yeah, whatever. It uses a few of these vestiges. I'll make some more. DB Market's too long a time. You're right. Yeah, I almost go out of my way to not use DB Market because, in my opinion, DB Market is usually about 20% off. For most things, I tend to consider 80% of DB Market price to be actually what the price is right now. There's a guide on YouTube how to set up TSM in Shadowlands to calculate correct prices for milling and prospecting stuff. I think Koya did a video on it that was pretty detailed at the beginning of the expansion. Unfortunately, I don't have a link to it, but if somebody does, feel free to throw it up in the chat because it's a good one. I think it takes essence cost from the auction house. It's even worse than that. By default, TSM tends to take the DB market price of the essences, which is not really what you want to be doing. Now, if you're one of the 500 million people that's recently leveled up jewel crafting legendaries, you're probably going to want to tweak your TSM to be competitive. Otherwise, you're going to have a hard time selling your wares. That's the one. Yeah. TSM, jewel crafting and inscription setup. Yeah. 38-minute video. It's a pretty long video, but it's definitely worth a watch, that one. Tweak it how? There's various ways, but the first thing you want to do with in regards to jewel crafting is teach TSM how to price your essences correctly. Once you've got that down, the rest of it sort of fits into place nicely. Gold Goblin, how we doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Post scan? Yes, I do need to do a post scan for sure. You've caught me while I'm inhaling some McDonald's real quick. Super healthy, I know. Right, we are about done though. We are good. Now I want McDonald's too. Look, it's alright. It's healthy. I went with an orange juice. Look, if you go to McDonald's and you have an orange juice, it cancels out, so that's fine. I'm calorie neutral now. It's all good. It's basically like I've just taken a jog, right? At least that's how I think it works. True, don't look how much sugar's in the juice though. It's natural sugars. Your body needs that. It's all that artificial sugar shit you don't need. More carbs in juice than in Coke, but you do you. Gamer diet for the win. As a studying nutritionist, I think I just had a stroke listening to that. I mean, I hope you guys are fully aware I am memeing the crap out of that. I'm very aware that drinking juice with McDonald's does not neutralise the effects. It's one of my 5 a day at least though, right? Fairly alarming if somebody doesn't understand you're memeing. It's true. That's on them. That's a whole lot of them problems. Wow, that new bot you got's really good. It's incredible. Valegro bot EU. 247,000 gold for a token in the EU. 170 still for the NA token. It's a bit slow. Oh dear. I don't understand why Sir Coffeebot isn't working. I've logged in, I've logged out, I've done all bits and pieces. He's even chilling in chat. If you go into the users in chat, Sir Coffeebot, he's chilling, he's there. I don't know why he's not doing anything. I think I've broken something at some point. I don't quite know how I've done it, but... Which yeah, means the selling out becomes relatively difficult when none of my commands work. You guys are going to have to rely on, you know, links down below, which nobody ever goes anywhere near. You can do all the exclamation marks you like. For some reason, Sir Coffeebot is on holiday. Maybe it's because it's July. Maybe my my chatbot's European and has just decided it's time to take a holiday for a month. I don't know. I'll try and fix it. I'll fix it at some point. I'll put it on the to-do list. Right, what is on the to-do list though? What is highly on the... He's overheated, he needs ice cream. Maybe. What we will do, which I've been delaying for ages... Let's get the WoW economy channel point option. That's on the... Trust me, this to-do list is quite long. There's quite a list on the to-do list. Alright, where are we? That one. For reference to those in chat right now, you guys probably know this already. But I go through this in a fashion which will allow me to be really cheap and really filthy YouTuber and just chop out the section of the stream and go boom, there's a YouTube video. So we record this as if it's a YouTube we go through this as if it's a YouTube video. Feel free to throw questions, comments in the chat still. I keep my eyes on it. I'm still reading, I'm still paying attention. YouTube voice activated. See, I don't think I have a different voice for YouTube, but apparently I do. But yes. So comments in chat. I'll go through them towards the end. I'm not going to read comments because comments trigger me, but it's funny all the same. We'll go through those after. Hello YouTube. Hi Mum, I'm on the telly. See, that's the problem. You're thinking. Yeah, thinking's a dangerous tactic to have. Dangerous tactic. Thank you Valegro for the link as well, by the way. Sell out during the recording. We'll see. Alright then, boys and girls. So, this is the Wowhead Economy Weekly Wrap-Up. Look, I said it properly this time. Number 186. We are getting closer and closer to episode 200 of this every time. First thing we got to do is do a big shout out to Samadan. He puts the time and effort in to get this out to us once a week. We tend to go through this on a Monday. We do it live on stream, so for any of you watching live, hello. Get your questions in and we'll go through them towards the end. If you want to watch this live, you can check it out at twitch.tv/Manthius. We live stream Monday through till Friday. Every Monday we go through this. Let's see what we've got on our table of contents this week then. So we've got the legendary stock tracker and some selling tips and tricks for goblins out there. The Brutosaur has been added to the unclaimed black market container. I'm going to be honest, I thought it was in there anyway, but either way, now we've got clarification that it definitely is. Making crafting profitable part 6. This is a... Hey! Thank you, Kitty Sprinkles, with the raid there. I should have probably remembered to mute the alerts. Apologies, YouTube, but thank you for the raid all the same. This is, I believe, a Saigon Paul Reddit post that's definitely worth looking through. We've got the auction house compared to the real life economy, and then some further reading for those goblins that want to dive a little bit deeper. But first on the list we have the legendary stock tracker and some selling hints and tips. So, a long-time viewer of the stream, I believe he is now a VIP in the stream, so congratulations to you, Stro, has been constantly hard work keeping legendary stock tracker up to date. This add-on serves to complement TSM, allowing you to see at a glance the potential profit margins and how much stock you have of all your legendaries. You can tell Samadan doesn't go too deep into legendaries currently because a lot of his stuff is not scanned. But this does serve a very, very good purpose for any aspiring legendary crafter or gold maker out there. At a glance, being able to see, well, okay, maybe in this scenario a Shadowgast ring at rank 3 is profitable, but everything else is trash. It's nice to know this stuff, especially when it comes to restocking, which is the main point of the add-on. To make it a little bit more of a seamless process to restock your legendaries. It's had some updates recently. You'll see it now shows rank 5s, it shows rank 6s. There's some other cool stuff you can do with this, for example, like excluding any domination slot gear so that you don't accidentally craft something that's going to have a arguably much smaller market. I would still recommend crafting at least one of them and having it listed, because not everybody follows the meta. But it's got some cool options in there to make the restocking of your legendaries a little bit more streamlined, which is quite cool. One cool thing that I want to highlight is the fact that there's this little command with LST that allows you to very quickly set how many of each rank you want to craft. So you'll notice there's now, like 6 numbers. LST set restock and then 6 different numbers. Each number represents rank 1, then rank 2, then rank 3, then rank 4, then rank 5, and then rank 6. This is quite cool, so then when you do a restock, it just builds your inventory up to those values. Very nice little thing. It's basically a super simple TSM crafting operation without all of the complications that comes through TSM, which is very nice. It uses TSM data in the background, so it still does require you to have Trade Skill Master installed, but it piggybacks off TSM's data and just makes the restocking of specifically legendaries a breeze. So well worth recommending. I've done a couple of videos on legendary stock tracker in the past. Very, very helpful add-on if you don't already have it. I think Manthius summed up my thoughts pretty nicely here and ties it with last week's post.
$1 million.
Hey, Valegro with the cheer. Thank you, my man. Thank you. Valegro is just trying to jump into the YouTube stream. I see what's going on. For reference, I just wanted to say and jump in with a personal thank you to Stro for the LST. It's an add-on that without question saved countless hours for me and in return probably saved me a bunch of gold. People should click this link. This is the link to the LST developers Patreon. Well worth slinging him a couple of bucks, considering the amount of time and effort that the add-on has saved me. Money well spent in my opinion. Samadan's kindly promoted one of my videos that we did last week going over some legendary selling tips and tricks. Considering the market is very competitive at the moment, you might not necessarily have all the luck you would hope to on the auction house. So we talk a little bit about maybe how you can use trade chat as well in this video to min-max on some of those rank 5 and rank 6 sales, avoiding that cancel scan meta if it frustrates you. Now I fully appreciate the cancel scan meta is a bit gross, but it is part and parcel of using the auction house nowadays. So unfortunately we have to fight fire with fire and look for some other ways of making some sales, which is all good. Okay, next on the list though we have the Brutasaur being added to the unclaimed black market container. I was of the opinion that it was in there already, but this maybe is just clarification. Blizzard put out a hotfix. More of the newest additions to the black market auction house have been added to the unclaimed black market container, including the mighty Caravan Brutasaur. I was almost certain this was already in the black market containers, and people on my stream love to heckle me on a very regular basis because I'm a relatively public facing goal maker who does not own a Longboy. So I do get heckled quite frequently based on that. So maybe I should start buying some unclaimed black market containers. If you want to see me opening some containers, leave a comment down below, give the video a like, and maybe we'll buy some of these containers, and I'll show you just how streamer luck really works. But some people did some maths on this because of course we're gold makers, we love us some maths. Some people said that considering there's over 1,000 items in the container, this actually came from Koya, a very regular in the gold making community, shout out to you. With there now being over 1,000 items in these containers, you would need to open over 3,000 boxes to provide yourself with a 95% chance to get one. Even if you were spending like 20k gold on your boxes, which is never true. These black market containers go for hundreds of thousands of gold most of the time. You're going to spend serious gold trying to get the Brutasaur through these, but hey, people play the lottery knowing that they're probably not going to win, but if you do win, it's a good day in the office, right? So yeah, go buy those black market containers if you're like me and do not have a Longboy. There's plenty of other cool stuff in them, but be aware, they're a massive gold sink. When you get those 10 gold pets out of it, it hurts. Anyway, making crafting profitable is the next one on the list. This is part 6. This is actually a long-going series that Saigon Paul puts together, posting on the subreddit, the WoW Economy subreddit most of the time. In recent post goes through an often misused variable, the DB min buyout. DB min buyout's a funny one because even the TSM guys suggest that you know, just basically don't use it. It's a data point that is in TSM, but if you start basing your crafting decisions on whatever the DB min buyout is for items, you're going to end up in a bit of a sticky situation very quickly. And Saigon goes through a few things here as to why that is the case. What manual scanning does, when a user runs a TSM scan command from the browse tab, this updates the DB min buyouts for all items on the auction house found during the scan. This does though provide several limitations. Firstly, scan takes time, often missing auctions in the scan, or the auctions get cancelled, bought or expire before the scan is complete. Now we already know the cancel scan meta is a big part of auction house play nowadays. There is almost always going to be 10, 15, 20, maybe 50 people actively running cancel scans. So if you're trying to do a scan of the auction house to try and populate these DB min buyouts, they could be all over the place. The actual accuracy of this number is pretty low nowadays. All the more reason to just kind of ignore it for the most part. Users are limited by Blizzard to manually scanning only once every 15 minutes. So if you play on a big server, for example, just think how frequently things are both posted and listed, especially in a competitive market. To only get updated every 15 minutes of what the minimum price is, once again, goes to prove a point that it's kind of not really super helpful anymore. Back in the days when there was less activity on the auction house, knowing what the minimum buyout price was for a certain item was a little bit more valuable. The game, unfortunately, the auction house is just too quick nowadays for it to really be an accurate piece of data. But I won't go through all of this. I would highly recommend you actually go and check out the article. There is a link to it here. The link to this blog post, by the way, will be in the description down below. Go and have a full read through of this, because Saigon does a very good job of going into detail and explaining just what it does and why it's a bit dangerous to use. But go check it out for sure. There was an interesting post that was made this week about the auction house versus real life economies. Now this is a long one. This is a big read. This took me probably 20 minutes to actually read through it. It took me so long to read through it that I ended up being late for my stream even one day. But it was a very interesting read. It shows just how we can compare the economy in World of Warcraft relatively accurately against the real world economy in many situations. They take the approach of the stock market in this thread, and there's a few summaries on what was said in the article. So in this forum, I've often encountered the question of whether Goblin principles learnt from the auction house in various WoW markets are applicable to real life. TLDR, yes, they often are. The answer was a resounding yes. Yes, you can convert your auction house goblinry principles and the market valuation methods learned in this community to principles that apply in real life, especially to money making. It is true. It is very true. You can quite frequently draw comparisons between the two. My approach to this was entirely based on what I've learned from Shariah regarding auction house sniping, and from Manthius. I got a shout out in it, lovely. And from Manthius and Samadan to how to identify trends, calculate expectations, and accurately project profitability. So yeah, there's the long-standing comments that us goblins out there would probably be pretty good in the stock market. Luckily for us though, the auction house economy is a little bit more basic, a little bit more simplistic, and it's much easier to predict what's going to happen in World of Warcraft than, of course, it is when you start looking at the stock market. So maybe my real life money I will let an actual professional invest it for me, but we'll see. Maybe one day, who knows? I'm just testing, not trying to go to the moon. But this is a strategy that's provided when I learned how to program cautious sniping setups from a TSM video. Just like an auction house goblin who is experienced with the Undermine Journal can read Tradeschool Master accurately, including cognizance of... Wow, okay, they're really going into detail on this. Market information TSM does not detail. A trader who can read candlestick charts accurately in real time precludes all the cautious trade windows will reliably receive a positive return on investment. Okay, for anybody that thinks that this sounds completely gobbledygook, yeah, I don't disagree with you. The person who wrote this post is obviously very educated on the subject, and they use some big words that my poor little brain can handle. But it's a good read either way, basically drawing those links between real life and the WoW economy. If you get good at one, you would kind of hope that you would also be able to translate that information and become at least semi-competent in the other. It's a post that was well worth a read. It is a long one, I'm not going to lie to you, it is a long read, but it was an interesting one all the same. So there we go. There was a bit of a shorter post this week, as most people are relatively busy in patch 9.1. We had to touch on a couple of other subjects that I think are worth mentioning. We of course had Mythic Week open this week. which is probably going to have brought with it a lot of demand for your consumables. It's going to have introduced some new mythic BOEs to the auction house, which if you've been able to investigate those, you'll find that the prices on those are absolutely bonkers right now. There's lots of stuff going on. The game is very, very busy, and is probably going to stay relatively busy for the next couple of weeks. So my final comments to you is, if you're going to be focusing on goal making in the next week or two, there's good opportunities out there. Don't be scared about crafting and selling a whole bunch of different stuff, because there's more so than ever going to be plenty of people out there to buy it. Touching on legendaries ever so quickly, we are starting to see more of a demand for rank 5 and 6 legendaries. It's been a lot slower than what we sort of estimated it might be, but the crystal prices seem to be holding relatively strong on most realms, and as more and more people get access to more and more soul cinders, we should hopefully start to see many more people investing in those nice shiny new legendaries, and in turn hopefully making you goblins out there nice and rich. But there we go, boys and girls, that was the WoW Economy Weekly Wrap-Up. This was episode 186. If you enjoy this kind of content, remember to give the video a like, subscribe if you're new around here, and I'll catch you guys next time. Peace. Ta-da! There we go, there we go. There was the WoW Economy Weekly Wrap-Up then. Thoughts, boys and girls, thoughts? You do have a YouTube voice? Ah, sure. What's this? No Patreon plug? I can't plug my... I don't want to plug my Patreon in every single video. You guys want me to read the comments? Oh, okay, sure. Allowed to breathe again? Yes. And relax. You guys want me to read the comments? See? Sure. Can confirm my goal making knowledge translated well into CSGO trading. I imagine it probably would do, yeah. Let's take a look at the comments then. See if there's anything positive or anything ridiculously stupid. Read the comments in your YouTube voice. First comment, of course. Absolutely. Arnoiter as well. First comment, sure, great. Okay. Matthews, I need some help with the Patreon. Just got silver. Where do I find the TSM stuff? I can't see any bits in there, but I might be dumb. Never used Patreon before. Don't worry, you don't have to be too prolific with Patreon. As long as your Patreon is connected to your Discord, all of the good stuff is in the Discord channel. You will automatically get assigned the correct roles in the Discord, and everything is in there. I know I haven't set up on Patreon a great explanation of how that works, but yes, you don't feel the need to be too savvy with Patreon itself. I can very quickly check whether yours is set up correctly. Yeah, it doesn't say that you've got your Discord paired with your Patreon yet, so pair the two together and then you'll automatically get assigned the roles in I'm a Twitch sub as well, if that helps. Yeah, make just the simple thing, make sure that you've paired up your Discord with your Patreon. There's if you go into the settings on Patreon, there's the option to connect your Discord to it. Once that's done, you'll automatically get all of the roles assigned to you in the Discord. It's relatively seamless from there on. But if you just DM me if you have any other questions. If DB min buyout is no longer valid, why do we use it in Crafter's default? Well, it's not that it's no longer valued. It's not that it's no longer valid, it's just not the most accurate piece of data we can go by. The reason we use it still for default crafting is because often you find that when you craft something, very quickly the next thing you're going to do is want to go and post it on the auction house. If it's already on the auction house at less of a price than it would be to make it, you probably shouldn't have crafted it. That's kind of the point. That's another thing with TSM though. When you configure TSM a little bit more so, you'll add other variables into the equation when it comes to crafting. You definitely shouldn't use DB min buyout as min ever. Probably shouldn't do it by itself solely, but it's still, I mean, if you do an average of that and someone else, you can get to a relatively stable number. It was funny to me to realise Patreon was linking to a Discord account I didn't even know that I had. Yeah, that can happen. That can happen. Been cancel scanning for the last 2 hours. Looks like there's about 4 more people doing it now. Now, do I drop my prices by 20% or keep it the same and see if they will still carry on? I guarantee you, if you drop your prices by 20%, they will drop their prices by 20%. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's because, for one reason and one reason only, that they're not specifying the price. Their TSM operation is doing the exact same thing that your TSM operation is doing, and it's just matching the price and relisting. Never ever is it, I mean, not never ever, but in 95% of cases there's no reason to drop the price. You are not going to scare them off by dropping your prices, trust me. Guilty of using DB min buyout as craft value, especially in LST. Yeah, it's a safe bet, right? This is the thing, like, if I'm going to suggest to somebody else what to do, I would probably suggest them to use DB min buyout as their craft value, because it's relatively safe advice. Is it the best possible advice you could ever give? No, but it's relatively safe. Don't drop, Jesus. Somebody dropped the price of every leather rank 5 and 6 to 140k. Yeah, it's not going to make it. It's not going. Very, very rarely does dropping the price of something promote faster sales. Very rarely, because let's be honest. If, like, when somebody, let's just look at the process of what happens when somebody buys something, right? Our people sat watching the auction house for 4 hours in a row, watching the price of an item and waiting till it's the cheapest? Or does somebody decide they need something, go to the auction house, search for it, and buy the cheapest one? It's a 30-second process. What you're actually doing by cancel scanning is making sure that when that person goes to the auction house, your item is the first in the list. You cancel scanning and you eventually choosing to drop prices will never ever promote a quicker sale. It might make the price more attractive to more people, but unless that person is going to the auction house to buy that item in the first place, it doesn't matter if it's being posted at 100 gold or 150 gold. If it's still an acceptable price, when that person goes to the auction house, they'll still just buy the cheapest one. Recommend selling stock of Korthite crystals now. I'm leaning towards waiting till after reset. Don't panic. For the love of God, don't panic. Like, it's literally only half time. It's literally half time. People can't even craft a rank 6 yet. Wait, like, at least wait till the 85th minute before you panic. It's a football analogy there for people that didn't realise, but it's literally only half time. Don't make all your substitutions, don't cash out, don't call the game over until it's actually over. For example, right, if I just show you ever so quickly, somebody on my realm has decided that the game is too risky to play and has walled off 611 Korthite crystals. Over 500 of them belong to one character. So somebody's decided that this game is too volatile for them, and they've just dumped their entire inventory on the auction house. What they've basically done though is made a wall. And what that means is that it's going to take a sizable goblin to hoover all of these up to allow the market to reset itself. I considered buying this earlier, but I chose not to because I actually kind of quite like this wall being here. Because what this wall does is it's forced everybody that wants to sell a Korthite crystal today to post it under this dude's. Which means in a couple of hours time I'll be able to swoop in, buy a whole bunch of cheap Korthite crystals along with his and laugh all the way to the bank. Hate wallers. I mean, walling off the Korthite crystal market is a ludicrous idea. If you want to cash out, drip feed them back into the auction house. Don't dump them in one go and hope for a miracle sale. But you could probably say that's true for most things. We were going to go through the comments though, weren't we? I got past the first comment and didn't get any further. Where did we get to? A big difference in WoW economy in the stock market is at the end of the year you have to do taxes. If you trade lots of stocks, that can become a headache, even with import features from trading platforms to tax software. Either way, good luck making gold wherever that may be. Yeah, significant difference there for sure. Do you know why you're smart? You escaped reading comments by reading comments instead. Always thinking. I'll read the live comments, not the ones that are probably going to trigger me in Wowhead. Pallid bones are crashing. How did the floor price work on them? 1 gold 50. Combined with... but you need bones and desolate leather. For like 1 gold, I think 1 gold 80 is technically the price. It's a soft floor price because it's, you know, it also depends on the price of desolate leather, which is expensive right now, which is why pallid bones are going for cheap. But if you can buy your pallid bones under like 1 gold 50, you're laughing. Yeah, desolate leather up, pallid bones down. You just gotta hope. Time to stop buying bones then. Yeah, I can't remember what the combined value is. Check the spreadsheet. Check the vendor shuffle spreadsheet for leatherworking. Here we go. Pallid bones, desolate leather. Plug your numbers in. You always end up needing more leather than you need bones, or alternatively there's the weapons, the bows. Was it composite bow? Yeah, composite bow. 6 bones, 5 leather, and then obviously a bunch of thread. But vendors for 89 gold. So that's often the go-to for the vendor shuffle on the cheap leatherworking materials. Oh, hang on, I distracted myself with comments by reading comments again. No, that's not the one. Here we go. Saigon Paul's guides are a true blessing. He's put together some good guides on the subreddit. That is true. He's got some good written based guides for TSM. Not a lot of those out there. Most TSM guides are often in video form, but of course a good well written video text guide is definitely beneficial to some. I'm confused with the black market auction house odds. Isn't percentages based on individual boxes? For example, the Brutosaur has a 1% drop chance from the box. If reading this right, each individual box will give you a 1% chance at the mount. Therefore, you can't just say, oh, if I have this many boxes to open, I'm guaranteed the mount. Each box has a 1% chance. That means you open one, you have 1%. The next box is reset to 1 and so on. So every box you open gives you 1%. Each box doesn't give you a 1% boost for the next box because it Okay, this is somebody that skipped maths lesson 101. Yes. Somebody skipped maths class. Yeah, that's just, yeah, okay. That's, yeah. Am I correct or wrong on this? You're wrong. You can't get to a point where you're you will never be guaranteed it, but within strong probability you can guarantee yourself it if you take that 1% chance enough times. Yeah, somebody needs to go back to maths class. Would venture a guess that the first people who found success on the auction house actually had substantial experience in stock trading IRL. Now people are readapting the in-game auction house strategy back to the stock market. I don't. This is logical, but it's not true, because people who were good at the auction house back in the days were people that crafted things and put them on the auction house. Like that was the meta back in the days. It's the auction house players become a lot more skilled in recent times. But this is quite true though. People are taking their in-game knowledge of how the economy works and then realizing things in the real world, which is quite cool. This guy gets the fact that it's a chance but doesn't have a clue what probabilities are. Yes, yeah, they missed a vital lesson in at maths class. They missed the one class they should probably know about, but oh well. That is correct. Each box is an independent event, just like flipping a coin. Now, why are you confused? Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Somebody else that didn't take the same maths class. Is probability something that's not taught nowadays? Oh god. No, this is why. No. I mean, that's so wrong. Oh my god, sure. You're correct in that each box is an independent chance to have the mount, but what are the odds are calculating is how likely you are to have obtained it given that many chances at it. Why has nobody just used the word probability to any of these? Is probability not taught now? Another way to think about the math is saying if you had 1,000-sided die, how many times would you need to roll it to have it come up with really expressed as the likelihood that it will happen, such as 95% confidence interval, because that was needed, with say a 6 at least once. Each side, hey, somebody put the word probability. Yes. Each side has the same probability of being rolled, and the rolls are independent of each other. In this case, you just rolled the die 3,000 times, so there's a 95% chance that you will have rolled a 6 at least once out of those times. That's what the odds are showing. Oh god. Never seen a box for 20k. Yeah, you ain't never getting those black market auction house containers for 20k. Not on a realm that's got more than 5 people on it. I think Asmogon's rule is spreading. You either get it or you don't. Yeah. Probably. Just copied your groups to TSM, however I got an error coming up saying when I cancel scan saying my minimum price is invalid and I have to check my settings. How do I do that? It depends what was invalid. That sounds like your auction house account does not know the crafting cost of something that you're trying to sell. Says the items or groups are invalid. It will I can categorically tell you it's very simple. The character that you're selling stuff on doesn't know the crafting cost of that item, and so the operation becomes invalid. I know that some people are already typing in chat telling me that I should have, a backup option in the operation, but I'd rather people be told where the error is. Yeah, TSM does actually tell you in chat what the problem is. It'll tell you if it doesn't know like the crafting cost or something, or it'll tell you your minimum price is invalid. Comes up on my leatherworker, and it's my leatherworker that is the one that's selling it. It's difficult for me to diagnose on stream during a stream, but throw some 110% crafting divided by 9.05 is invalid. Yes, it simply is saying that TSM doesn't know what the crafting cost is of that item. The issue may be is if you've bought some items. If you've bought some items that you don't know how to craft, if you're flipping things that are leatherworking crafted items, that might happen. But utilize the Discord. In the Discord there is a in the premium channels there's a TSM premium. Throw some screenshots and stuff in there, and either myself or one of the other very, very smart goblins will help you out. It's a bit difficult for me to do it live on stream though. Got really slow progress from cancel scanning all day. Even though I make a lot of gold, I feel like I barely get to play the game. Well then, cancel scan less. You gotta find that happy medium. You gotta find yourself that happy medium. If it says Lego Dis, in that case it's easy. Yeah, I need to do a little tutorial on what that Lego Dis is and how it works. A few people have said the same thing. Yeah, don't cancel scan yourself into a coma. Like, just it's like I usually suggest to people that just go hard and cancel scan for an hour, but do it at a time in the day where you know that there's going to be lots of people out there buying and that it's going to be worth your while. So if you're selling consumables, do your cancel scans at, like, you know, 6 to 7 p.m. in the evening, just before everybody goes raiding. Do your cancel scans as and when you know it's going to be worthwhile to do. Don't feel the need to do it all day, because then you will drive yourself mad. I've never seen a box go for below 200k, not once. On average you see them around 350 to 400k cheapest on my realm. I've literally seen them sell for 1.2 million. Now that they can contain the auction house mount, don't ever expect to see them go below 900k again. I think that's a little bit ludicrous, but I do also agree that, yeah, 300, 400k for one of these black market containers is not outside the realms of possibility. With the release of 9.1, I see a significant change of legendary prices on the auction house. Oh god, I feel this comment's going to frustrate me already. Prices of the preferred legendaries, being the neck, the back, the ring, the leg slots, go up, while the legendary slots occupied by a domination socket are decreasing in demand. So when you are willing to sacrifice one domination gem slot, you can grab a rank 6 legendary at the auction house for a cheap price. Note, with 4 slots you can still get 3 same coloured gem meta bonus. Rank 5 legendaries are not worth the investment because they need the same amount of 40 Korthia crystals to create them, hence they're not much cheaper than the rank 6 equivalent. Also, to get ready for raiding or equipping ults, a rank 3 or 4 is currently available on the auction house for nearly no money. Grab them quickly because the people won't reproduce them. You have no clue. And I would expect that the price of these items will go up again when the current rank 3 and 4 stock is sold out. Okay, this is an interesting insight, because this is blatantly somebody that doesn't craft or sell legendaries. This is an interesting perspective from somebody outside of the market. Because they made a few assumptions here that are blatantly false if you've got experience in the market. So yes, firstly, they're making the assumption that the meta slots will go up in price which is the exact opposite. The meta slots are going to be so competitive that that will drive the price down. Legendary slots occupied by domination sockets are decreasing. Arguably the opposite, because nobody's making them. So the 1 or 2 people that are actually making them have the ability to sell them at a higher price. So they've got this kind of they've kind of got this in reverse. Or at least their assumption is reversed. Now this is kind of true though. I do agree with this mindset that you don't technically need all 5 domination sockets to be equipped with domination gear, because as long as you get your 3-set bonus, that's the priority. Your 3-set bonus is absolutely better than a legendary, but the 4th and the 5th one, yeah, there's room for, you know, significantly higher item level piece of gear, being a legendary, being better. Rank 5 legendaries are not worth the investment. This is a very common view, I think, for sure. Very common view, I believe now, which is probably why rank 5s are a little bit difficult to sell. And I would hope to see rank 6s do pretty well, as and when people get the cinders to actually, you know, use them. Because it will then, if they make their rank 6, it's plain sailing then all the way to patch 9.2. They're then just done with that legendary. It's like, it's leveled, it's done. This though is complete bonkers. This is actually completely bonkers. But it's interesting to see. Yeah, it's it's an interesting insight of the mind of an idiot. whilst that's amusing, I wouldn't go that far. But it's very interesting to see that this person blatantly does not craft or sell legendaries, and maybe it's slightly worrying to see that this is probably how a lot of people view the market. All the domination sockets are super important for competitive players, but once again it falls into the category of the 1%, right? Let's also remember that just getting 5 pieces of domination gear with gem sockets in the first place is a tall order. Never mind getting them from the right level of the raid to weigh. I mean, because if you get a piece of gear from normal mode, what's normal mode now? 230, 233, but a rank 6 legendary is going to be 262. That is a monumentally high increase in just raw stats because of its item level. That if that piece is your 4th or 5th domination socket, the power of that one gem by itself is probably not going to outweigh 30 item levels of raw stats. But you know, people follow guides on the internet. They may not necessarily think in that much detail, but sure. I've raided every day since the raid release and I only have a couple of pieces. Yeah, like just getting 5 domination pieces in the first place is going to be a multi-week challenge. Equipping that slot with a 262 item level pumped to the moon with stats is going to be pretty good for your numbers. Not saying he's an idiot for not understanding the Lego market, that's totally fair, but he's an idiot for writing a comment about it if he doesn't understand anything about it. So I stand by my my comment of an idiot. Well, yeah. This is like most comments on the internet though, right? You only need to scroll through the comments left on your average YouTube video to understand the... Luckily my YouTube channel is still small enough that when people leave comments they're usually constructive. But yeah. The issue is that very, very few who are not in the 1% who are not in the 1% are going to care about spending on a rank 5 or 6 with these prices. Yeah, there's a combination of things happening for sure. High prices is a natural barrier, without question. People want to feel important and smart, maybe. Okay, that was all the comments though. We finished on a good one. Now, the real question is have I sold anything? Oh, hang on, wrong button. I need to remake this Shadowgast breastplate. See, there we go. That is proof in the pudding, right? A rank 6 Shadowgast breastplate. There's not a single competitive raider worth their salt that would be buying that right now, because that would be a domination socket. Meaning the person that bought this either has no clue what they're doing and they're just upgrading their existing legendary. B, does PvP or M+ where the domination sockets are not going to be a thing. Or C, genuinely knows all of the stuff and just doesn't care. But I do now need to go recraft a new one of these. Let's log on to the right account that crafts those. It's going to be one of these two. Not that one. I had a 50-50 and I got it wrong. What's the probability of me getting it right the next time? Hey! I feel most people follow guides just to be on the safe side. They usually, yeah. I mean, the game is now got so complex at the top that it is. You could either spend 10 hours trying to figure it all out yourself, or you could just log on to Wowhead and read a guide. Boom. Regarding comments on your YouTube videos, has the person who dislikes all your videos and leaving negative comments all the time kept up the trend by giving you more negative and sometimes straight up rude comments? It's funny, right? Some of the most persistent people, some of the people who I can guarantee watch every single one of my videos almost religiously, tend to, like, it's funny, right? Like, if you can attract enough haters to your channel, boom, the algorithm loves you. Haters tend to go further out of their way to tell you that they hate you than people who enjoy your content do to actually view your content. Which is why I don't care. It's like you can hit the downvote button, you can leave negative comments all you like. If you leave a negative if somebody who leaves a negative comment on my video is probably going to end up watching that video 3 times. Why? Because they'll leave a negative comment, somebody will reply to that negative comment, so they'll go back to that video, ultimately giving me more views on the video to rescind on that comment's negative. It's just genius. It's totally genius. Did he stop? Nah. It's one thing you learn very quickly when you create content and publish it on the internet. That if you go out there to actually try and hire, if you actually go out there to, I was reading a comment literally as I was trying to talk. If you if you go out of your way to please everybody, you fail very quickly. Did you actually hire that guy to create some traction on YouTube? Yeah, can you please leave negative comments on all of my videos and downvote all of my videos, please? The algorithm loves you. It's like all the people that shit on the Asmongold highlight videos. If you don't want the Asmongold highlight videos to be in your recommendations, stop watching Asmongold highlight videos. It's just so bonkers. If you stop watching the videos, YouTube will stop recommending videos to you. Ah, it makes me laugh. What was I doing? I was making a rank 6 Shadowgast breastplate. Shadowgast breastplate at rank 6. Slap a socket in there. Go. Oh, we're out of shards. I'll go buy some more shards in a minute. Hi Mantheus and everyone, thanks for your advice on the price of Korthia crystals. Helped me the week after the release. You're very welcome. Glad you've made hope you've made lots of gold out of it. It's almost like people want to be angry and mad. Yep. But when I stop watching the videos I hate, what should I do with my life instead? It's a tough call, you know. It's a tough call. Sometimes the algorithm is very stubborn, recommending certain stuff, even if you don't watch it. I had to block Asmongold. It is. I mean, you can literally just right click on a thumbnail and say I don't want to see videos by this content creator, and poof, gone forever. The problem is though, there's about 500 different people in different channels that, you know, upload the same stuff. Did I cancel like barely nothing? Don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Really, that's a thing? Wait, let me find one of your videos and try it. It's alright, you're on the Discord. You get pinged every time I publish a video anyway. You're one of the notification squad. I don't need an algorithm to work for me. I just enter YouTube through youtube.com/feed/subscriptions. That's good, but it never you're never going to, apart from through collaboration, you're never going to find anybody new.
You just lost $5.
Hey!
Javin 808.
Yavin, thank you for the Prime Gaming. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're enjoying. Asmongold is worse than Corona when it comes to infecting the video feed. It's all good. It's all good. It's true to say in the World of Warcraft space that guy is a bit of a powerhouse nowadays. I've been watching for an hour straight. It was a sign. Thank you. Thank you. I do my best. Well, no, that's a lie. I do like 80% my best. Right, apparently it's time to repost our Shrouded Cloth. It's also time to check the auctions on this account. Domination sockets, a helm, shoulders, chest, and 2 different by armor type. Yes, dependent on the armor type, it differs. Whether it be your gloves, your belt, your boots, it changes. There's a Wowhead thing somewhere. There's a Wowhead post that tells you, breaks it down for you by armor type. I can't actually remember exactly what they are though. Now, not only do I need to look at doing a bit of a restock on Tauren Mill, I also need to get my, in fact not that one, I need to get my crafters some more renown. I need to get renown 44 on them as fast as possible, somehow. up Big Baz, those tunes in Spikage. Well, I'm glad you enjoy. Asmongold has real power on any MMOs. He started to play Final Fantasy XIV and the server he's playing on started having huge queues. Square Enix removed digital sales for a while. The guy's a powerhouse nowadays. It's relatively safe to say that him and 100,000 viewers of his are... if there's 100,000 people watching him play Final Fantasy XIV, there's a very strong likelihood that 20,000 of those people have probably recently signed up to play Final Fantasy XIV. Now, an additional 20,000 players to Final Fantasy XIV is an extra 50% player base out of nowhere. So I'd imagine Square Enix were kind of a little bit like, oh, what's going on? We can't handle all of this influx of noobs. A lot of them were just on Final Fantasy XIV to make it hard to play for him. A lot also got banned for it. I did see that. Yeah, that was funny. Good on you, Square Enix. Like, if somebody's going to be cancerous in a game, squish them. Just fuck them off. See you later. Like, games, especially MMOs, don't need that type of trash. Just get it out of here. Oh my god, you've just you've used the word Asmongold and Donald Trump in the same sentence. Oh god. I don't mind him so much, it's his viewers I find iffy. Trust me, it's got nothing to do with, like, I shit you not, there is nobody on this earth that, it doesn't matter whether it be Lyric, Summit, Asmongold, XQC, Ludwig, it doesn't matter who it is. If you're like a 20-30k Andy on a regular basis, you are going to naturally attract the just the shit, just all the time. Because those people, like the trash viewers to any live stream, they're usually the people that will just go to Twitch and watch whoever's on the top. It's not that they're specifically a fan of that individual creator. They just want to piss people off in a big crowd of people. So it's a massive difficulty with live content, that all of the shit just filters to you know, whoever's on top at the time. Those stats were taken off a site that has no official information though. Blizzard has not given out player numbers since WoD. Yeah, they've not given out player numbers, but there's been ways and means that people have been able to relatively accurately predict the numbers. I mean, for example, whilst like Raider.io, for example, is a good example. Regardless of whether you have Raider.io or not, they know if you're playing the game, because they're tracking information on all of the active players of the game. So a company like Raider.io, probably within, I would guess, probably within a variancy of 100,000, know almost exactly how many people are playing the game. So just because Blizzard don't publicly announce the numbers themselves doesn't mean that we don't really know what's going on. Am I going crazy, or did your spreadsheet have a page that was which armor slot had different domination slots? You are going crazy. That wasn't my spreadsheet. There's my crafting Legos in 9.1 doesn't go into that detail, and that's more about farming Korthite crystals, to be honest. And my 9.1 Lego BIS list is just indicating kind of what you might want to be crafting and where. It's not my sheet. Grabbed a 252 for 1.5 mils. BIS stats for Fire Mage. Let's see if I can get 3.5 mil for it. Go for it, my man. Go for it. That's a big BOE. BIS for Fire Mage. Aren't mages going frost right now? I don't know. I mean, I'm the last person you should ask about raiding meta. Raider.io only tracks raiding / mythic plus activity, which isn't necessarily an accurate representation of the population. Other site, WoW Realm Pop, tried to be more balanced assessment based on achievement gains, but that also isn't updated anymore. I thought Raider.io was tracking a lot more than just that, but I might be wrong. I probably am. I usually am. How big do you think Wednesday's going to be for Legos? It's always difficult to tell. I mean, we're now at the point where this coming reset, will give players the opportunity to get enough Soul Cinders to craft their rank 6s. Now, maybe not necessarily on Wednesday. It might take, depending how finely tuned it all is. I've not run the numbers myself, but depending on how finely tuned the Soul Cinders are, people might need the second assault next week. But it's relatively safe to say that this Wednesday, if the floodgates are going to open for the new legendaries, it will be Wednesday going forward. Since Soul Cinders will then not be the bottleneck. There's two significant bottlenecks at the moment for the new legendaries. One, the cost of them. Cost is always prohibitive. Second, the fact that if you don't have the Soul Cinders, you're less incentivized to buy it right now. So, hope so. Got 16 million in Lego mats. Yes, I feel you on that one. I've weirdly actually, my base Lego mats, I've chunked through a fair amount of them, just recrafting rank 4s, a lot more than I expected to actually. Which may put me in a bit of a sticky situation, you know, if we do start selling a lot more rank 5s and 6s. I might get caught short on a couple of materials somewhere, but it'll be all good. We'll survive. Rank 4s have been good. Yeah, rank 4's popping off. That's the price prohibitiveness of the whole thing, right? When a rank 4 is literally 10% the cost of a rank 5, a lot of people, even if they want a rank 5, will go, you know what, a rank 4 will do. And I'll wait for that rank 6. They've got an incentive to buy the rank 6s though, because rank 6 will last them until patch 9.2 then. It'll take them all, like, assuming that they're focusing on their BIS Lego, which, I mean, why would you not be? But rank 6 will take them all the way through to 9.2 at this point. Casuals barely have 100k in their bags to upgrade a few item levels. This was, like I said, the price being prohibitive to some people is a big factor, right? Because without question, the average Joe has less than a token's worth of gold. I mean, simply the way the token works would indicate that the average player has less than a single token. Now in the EU, that's what, 200, give or take 250k right now? I think the average Joe will see a rank 6 as an item worth dropping a token on. Because it completes something, right? It's not an in the middle, it's not a kind of a stepping stone, it's not an upgrade, it's a boom, this slot is done, this is BIS. Like boom, tick one box, BIS slot done, Lego done, forget about it until 9.2. Then it's all about, you know, ticking the other boxes for the other slots. It's why crafted gear tends to sell really well, because, you know, you can do it as and when you want. Like, it's a bit annoying that with legendaries they've added some gross amounts of time gating into it as well. But this is why raid BOEs always sell pretty well, because if somebody wants it, they go get it, assuming they've got the gold. For many people, that might be the only box that they're actually able to tick. Well, and that, yeah, true. Right. It's only taken me like a bazillion hours, but we're almost getting to the point where my auction houses are stocked and prepped for the day. I've spent way too much time just chatting shit today. We've not really done anything. Been live for 3 hours and I've not really done anything. Alright, we did a mini TED talk and we went over the WoW economy report, so we got the basics out of the way. But I've barely even logged into the game so far, it's funny. Oh god, it's Shrouded Cloth Day, I forgot. Here we go, let's grab the rest of this. Do you sell rank 5s and 6s on Tour and Mill or just up to 4? Well, at the moment my crafters can't make 5s or 6s. This is one thing I'm working on actively now. My 2 crafters are both, I don't know, mid 30s I think on their renown. So I need to do some catch up on their renown. I really wish you'd make a couple of alts on one or more of your accounts to dump that cloth on. No, because then I'll forget about it and I'll never use it. At least if it turns up in my mailbox every 48 hours, I do something with it. Because until I do something with it, it stops me from doing everything else. So it's a necessary evil. And as and when I need some Shrouded Cloth to do something, I just cancel an auction, and I just know what I'm like. If I send it to an alt, it'll just rot in a guild bank somewhere. Talking of cloth, I'm touching it back in 5. Anybody that's not natively from England probably won't know what you mean there, which is probably a good thing. Will you be leveling any alts on Sylvanas or rather on Torin Mill? Well, I mean, as far as Sylvanas is concerned, I'm done. Like, I've got everything I could ever need and more over here. All my crafters have every single... I mean, my legendary situation over here is complete. I have everything available, everything crafted, apart from doing a restock on 4s. But, I mean, I have access to everything. I have Crafters Mark 3 and 4 for every profession. Sylvanas, done, complete. It's just on autopilot now. Recraft, resell, recraft, resell. I knew that would be my focus would be heavily on Sylvanas until I got to that point, but now we're there, I can focus on long term getting off Sylvanas because the realm's not busy enough for me. Not even close to being busy enough for me. Kind of wondering now that all my alts are tier 4, is there really any reason to be doing the content anymore? It's dropped off my priority list, that is for sure. Even on my main, it kind of seems I'm done goblin wise. From a goblin perspective, there's not really much after Honoured, and there's not really much after tier 4. Yeah, there's not really a lot to it. I mean, because tier 5 and tier 6, tier 5 is something I would like to get to, but they're only quality of life things. Because tier 5 gives you, what's tier 5 give you? Tier 5 gives you the increase to anima, just another passive bump to your anima, which will help you on the quest to maxing those covenants out, which is just a long-term goal for the expansion. But from an actual goblin perspective, there's not much now. Also, you have a lot of crystals. I'm sat here crying because the price halved on my 1 stack. I've only bought as many crystals as I have because I'm confident that eventually I'll use them all. And yeah, at this moment in time, unless some, let's be real here, rank 5s and 6s will sell when the price is right. It's finding out when that price is right. I will use them all. The question will be is whether I use them all profitably. But I'll use them all. I'm happy. Like I said, I was considering going even deeper earlier, so it's not a problem for me. I'm happy. Why is my game not loading? Because we've got too much on the go. That's probably the case. Boom, here we go. We're on. So, for example, Torin Mill now. This dude is renowned 35. So I need to get him to 44. He needs to get to 44. He needs to complete the 9.1 campaign. He needs to unlock the Vestige of Origins. Because if we take a look at Jewel Crafting, we're at rank 3 for the neck, and we're halfway to rank 4 on the ring. So I've got the option, once I get the renown and get the Covenant campaign done, I have the option to be crafting rank 5s here. Blacksmithing I've not started. And is probably not something I'm going to be very focused on actually starting anytime soon anyway, because I think prices on blacksmithing are pretty dire until you get to rank 4. And the fact that ore prices are a bit gross right now, so Shadowgas blacksmithing's probably not going to happen all too quick. The downside I have on this dude though is I'm at renowned 35, but I have completed the 9.1 campaign, so I'm just trying to cheese any sort of easy catch up now. So my callings every day I would hope would be something that will give me renown. Let's go Nightfade dailies on the old Zygor. Let's pick up today's calling, see what this is. Aiding Bastion. 3 world quests in Bastion. LFR gives easy catch-up for Renown. What's this dude's item level? 194. And I can probably... Yeah, you might be right, actually. Cheeky, cheeky raid finder run. Oh, what? Requires item level 195. Currently 194. Oh, what a sack of doo-doo. Outrageous. If you haven't done the main campaign, I recommend... I went from 29 to 48 just doing the campaign this week. Yeah, you can do. I've already done the campaign on this character, though. My druid, I haven't done it on, though. Buy an item level 200 neck ring. It's this motherfucker that's getting in the way. I've got an item level 102 trinket. That definitely doesn't help my average item level. Me needs a good trinket. And don't say Dark Moon trinket, because I've already got one of those. Right. Check the world map. Surely there's something in here. Crossbow. Crossbow. Conduit, 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 belt, conduit. God damn. There's a BOE trinket, blue one on the auction house. Item level 130. Wow, armor, miscellaneous, trinket, search. That one. Yep. Buy that one. Yoink. Send this dude that trinket. Send. Where's a mailbox? Mailbox over this way. Probably not the closest one, but I know where it is. Boom! Yes, yes. Now we do an LFR run. Now we do an LFR run. Go. Right, let's see how long it takes us for that to do that. We need to do world quests in Bastion. Let's do 3 world quests in Bastion. We want to do anything that's worthwhile and not a dick. Forgotten Memoranda, that one's pretty easy. Empower the Purity Chime, that's probably pretty easy. Assault on the Thingy Doodah. Assault on the Thingy Doodah. Whatever this conduit is, things remembered. And we'll do this one as well. The Vesiphone, the water phone. Go. And go. Mantis, use your long boy. One day, black market auction house containers. We'll do it. I'll prove my streamer luck. I'll buy 1 black market auction house container. Bang! Out pops a long boy. Oh, the clickbait on that YouTube video would be gross. 1 box, 1 long boy. One goblin, 1 box. Right, time to fly, time to go grab a drink though. I'll be back in 2 minutes, boys and girls. But you cannot clickbait. I think I'll make an exception for that video. Alrighty, we're back. Wine and wifey break? Almost. We're on the H2O today. Just record hundreds of opening of boxes and say first box every time. First ever box, boys and girls. First ever box. Boom. Sounds like some H2O. It is some H2O. Where's the tunes gone? Our playlist is finished. Why would you prospect Leystrite and not the ore that you actually want? If I need Essence of Rebirth and I do Leystrite, I'll still need Rebirth next time, right? Well, you tend to prospect Leystrite because A, it's often, or categorically should always be the cheapest ore, plus it gives you all of the essences. So in theory, if you prospect enough Leystrite ore, you should be able to make equal amounts of both the rings and the necklaces. But it all depends on price. And it also depends on if you want both the rings and the necks. If you only want to level up the rings, then yeah, by prospecting Leystrite, you're going to end up with a lot of waste product that you're going to have to do something with. Jewel crafting's there's no right answer with jewel crafting. That's why it's also relatively difficult to get a good TSM setup for it, because there isn't necessarily a one right answer to do this and you win. It depends on kind of like what your actual goal is. But coming soon will be a bit of a TSM legendary masterclass, I guess. What are we doing here? Collecting 3 somethings. You collect 3 somethings by killing things, right? Pew pew you, pew pew you, pew pew you. We pew pew all of those. And we drop that down there. And we just go to town. We should get what we need pretty quickly, right? How to make a Brutasaur an hour? Oh, the clickbait could be actually, it could be gross. Hey! That was a very quick LFRQ. Wow, we killed all of those and only got 1 of these fragments. Ugh. Right, boys and girls, are you ready? Not only are we going to get 3 renown from this, we're also going to get lots of time to cancel scan. Okay, maybe we're only going to get 2 renown from this. Fuck's sake. Trust me to spawn into the one that's already dead. How am I meant to do... Whoa, 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 whoa. What's selling? Who's buying all the things? Shrouded cloth bags, okay. Well, it could have been something interesting. Could have at least been something interesting. Did I hear giving away a Brutasaur a month? Well, no, because look what happened to Reckles when he tried to do that. It was arguably, like, I mean... It was arguably the death of his channel. Yeah. He told everybody he was going to give away a Brutasaur amount. Grind himself into the floor trying to achieve it. His channel has never really been the same since. Wow, too far? Why is it too far? What happened with Reckles? Well, no, he fundamentally gave himself serious levels of World of Warcraft burnout. I was amazed to see his video though, when he proclaimed to give away a Brutosaur every month, and then how he was going to go about doing it. It was honourable, very honourable, but a very lofty achievement. Got depressed when he missed the first giveaway. Yeah, that was kind of it. Like, it was a very, very lofty achievement. Even at the height of BFA multi-boxing craze, making 5 million a month, enough to give a Brutosaur to somebody, and additionally to cover the cost of what I think he was running 16 accounts at one point, was a very, very lofty achievement. Even then he was looking at something like 40 plus hours just to cover his costs of the 16 accounts, I believe. It was, yeah. Then the Longboy went extinct, and then all the multi-box nerfs came into place. Yeah, it was safe to say, I'm sure he'll admit it himself, it was not a great time. Meanwhile, Magicus is giving away 100 plus Longboys in 2 months. Yeah. The difference is, though, is Magicus has been on another level for such a long time. I mean, he was making, like, consistent gold caps before the gold cap was even a thing. It's the example of how Magicus has made his gold is a good example of what snowballing can do when you do it right, because that's ultimately how he's done it, right? I mean, before he was very well known for having lots of gold, he was actually relatively active on his YouTube channel. But for some reason his YouTube videos never really got much love. But I found his YouTube channel years ago, like years and years ago, when there was a lot of content on his channel. He's since privated most, if not all, of the videos. I think he likes to keep his the way that he made his gold not secret, because that makes it sound like a dick move, but he's not as public with how he makes his gold as he once was. That's not to say he's doing anything dodgy, it's just to say he's doing stuff on a level that's so unobtainable for most people, it's almost not worth telling people about it. Fundamentally, he was buying and selling trading card game mounts and pets, and he was doing it on, once he'd like min-maxed on one realm, he was doing it on multiple realms. He still to this day probably has guild banks on some realms, just stacked with trading card game pets and mounts. Now, of course, it was a relatively safe thing to invest in, because of course the trading card game pets and mounts cease to exist theoretically anymore, resulting in the value of his inventory just permanently going up. It's like it was the equivalent of investing in Tesla 3 years ago, before Tesla blew up. So hence why he had he would have been buying Spectral Tigers for 5 million gold. Now a Spectral Tiger, if somebody wants to buy one, it's probably 40 million gold. I don't know. He 10x'd his investment on everything, and just repeatedly did that at such a scale that there's not a huge point in him making content about what he did or what he does, because there's maybe, if anything, he's introducing direct competition, because he's not playing on one server, he's playing on all servers. And not to mention, there's nobody in their right mind that could even compete with that anymore, so. The real thing about Want to Buy Gold was this. He aimed for the moon, set up 1, the grind 2, setting up on somebody's main realm, tried to undercut them and got destroyed. We put rock bottom prices on these markets where Want to Buy Gold tried to get a foot in. That sounds just like a dick move by whoever. Persephonas. I know of them. I know of them, but I don't really know who they are. They're one of the people that are content creators but not content creators, if I believe it right. Somebody will correct me on that. Either way, to see somebody doing that and to deliberately like kibosh them out the market's a bit gross, but sure, whatever. Magicus was such a niche approach. Only 1 or 2 people per region could actually feasibly achieve what he did. Yes, very true. When others caught on, often via his vids, it just created competition for him. Yeah, it was logical to take them down. Yeah, like I said, there was a... Because he wasn't just... Most gold making methods, like, if I make a gold making video on something, yes, there is a small chance I introduce more competition in that market on my realm, but if the gold making method I'm promoting is based upon doing something that can be done at a regional level, any single person that then, you know, takes action on that video becomes instant competition. So yeah, it was pretty logical for him to take the videos down, but they were very interesting to see him doing what he did when they were up. How we doing, Jack? Welcome. Sorry, I'm both just splurging words and also trying to focus on not dying. So I apologise, I've not been focusing on chat quite as much. Magicus made his gold from BOEs and loaning for raid to world first guilds now. Oh, that's what he does now, but that's not how he made his gold. He's only able to do that now because of the gold he's already got. You can't loan a guild 100 million gold if you don't already have 100 million gold, you know? She's an NA female streamer. I know of them. I also know they have a relatively niche community between themselves that's a bit odd in my opinion. Releasing LST definitely helped out my competition a lot at the time. Yes, that's true. Magicus's whole strategy is based on super high premium limited volume goods. Yeah, which is kind of means that it's something very difficult to replicate, and that's kind of the point of it, right? That it's out of the realm of viability for most people. You said the other day not to keep too much liquid gold. Do you make speculative investments and bank it to stop it being liquid? Yes and no. Yeah, I don't really, I don't specifically do that, but it's something that I would have no objection of doing. Liquid gold in your bags often isn't doing anything. There are good reasons at some point to have X amount of liquid gold, but past a certain point, it's just sitting there not doing anything. While if it's useful, if it allows you to buy more materials at a cheaper price, if it allows you to keep your crafting costs down, if it allows you to buy out an entire supply of something to allow you to resell them for more, Gold can, you know, allow you to do a bunch of stuff with it, but past a point, you do actually end up running out of stuff to spend gold on. So at that point, it does start to stockpile up. But trust me, come the day will come where you find something to spend it on for sure. Who had to take his videos down? Oh, we were just talking about the fact that Magicus used to have his YouTube channel used to be populated with videos about how he actually made his gold, but since his gold making regime is now at such a scale, he's taken down most of the videos because all they actually end up doing is create more competition for him than actually help people. And the weird thing is if you were to try and replicate what Magicus did, you would probably actually lose a lot of gold by doing it, because with flipping items at that size and at that scale, you need just a lot of knowledge of what you're doing. There's a lot of information that can't just easily be taught in a YouTube video. And the argument probably stands that it would almost be borderline irresponsible to suggest to people that they could do it, because 99% of people wouldn't be able to. It's like telling somebody to go play the lottery to get rich. While it may work for 1 in a million, it's probably not very sensible advice. Don't forget the Mega Ol Magicus made from the BIS corruption gear that he flipped. Oh, the Mega Gold he made from it. Yeah, but like there was no way that he could go to a realm and buy the best in slot corruption pieces for 5 million gold a piece unless he had 5 million gold a piece. This is the point, right? He had to be gold capped on every realm to even think about doing that. There was just an opportunity that when it arose, he was able to take advantage of it. But that was because he already had gold caps just lying about all over the place. You're running a raid with your scribe? No. We're on a renowned farm right now. This is Torin Mill. We are currently at renowned 35, and we need to get to renowned 44 because we need some vestige of origins over here. That's our plan of action for the moment. My entire face hurts. Getting sunburned sucks. Yeah, sunburn will do that. Imagine being a 42 plus multi-boxer and multi-boxing gets banned by Blizzard. Yeah. It's the risk you take when you go all in like that. Now most popular goal making videos is where you take an obvious farming spot and use 5 sentenced in different structures for 15 minutes and voila, you've got a goal making video. The entry level gold making content on YouTube just gets reused on a 60-day cycle. If you watch somebody like Student closely, and let me start this sentence by saying this is no shade on Student. He's very good at what he does and he's very knowledgeable on what he does. His YouTube strategy is pretty smart. He just has a list of 20 different farms that he just almost repeatedly goes through once every couple of months and just brings it back to light again for another video. Because the likelihood is the people that saw that video the first time probably won't see the video when he makes it again the next time. And it creates a system where he can relatively comfortably, without much thought or research, make a new video near enough every single day on a topic that will be of use to the current trend of gold makers, and any of his long-time fans will watch it regardless anyway. Mantis is playing the right faction at the moment. I am on Horde at the moment, yeah, that is true. Now, I'm not doing any mechanics in this. Last time I tried to do mechanics on this, it got me killed. So, I'm just going to pew-pew the boss. Another video, another page in the book. I need to buy Student's book, you know. I should do a review on it on the channel. That would be funny. $50% off Student's goal making book with code Manthius. $100% off. I need myself 100% off code. Can I get a review copy, please? It's actually not a bad idea, a review of his book. Dala GG now also has a book. I mean, not to never say never, but one thing I have noticed is any gold making content that ends up in book form almost unanimously is from the sort of farming aspect of gold making, which surprises me because surely it should just be a list of go here, kill this, go here, kill this. Farm this when it's expensive, sell this when it's expensive. There's not really a lot out there on goal making strategy, I don't think. I guess this tends to be where, you know, Jack comes in with his blog, Lazy comes in with the blog. I try to structure my YouTube videos in a fashion that are more gold making theory, you know, the teach a man a fish rather than give a man a fish kind of thing. But I'm quite sure there's place out there for somebody to put together a comprehensive gold making guide, ebook, PDF, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I don't know if I'm the right person to be doing it, but because I just feel as if I'd be, you know, stepping on somebody else's toes, and I think I mean, it wouldn't be hypocritical because, like I said, I think it's actually a very smart idea. I think there's place for it, but I don't know, between streaming, YouTubing, and the other stuff, I've got much room. Ebook, no paper version? Not in today's age, my friend. Publishing a book is way too expensive nowadays when everybody's got a digital device in their hand. Best book ever, The Goblin Who Lived Without a Long Boy, The Tale of Manthius. Oh dear. My memoirs, my gold making memoirs. The great thing about having a book or website is that you can change or undo mistakes. Yeah, that for sure is a significant drawback to either live or, well, video based content as a whole. I've toyed with the problem for a little while of how to handle the PTR and how to handle the beta coverage that I do, because unfortunately the way that YouTube works is that a video that I might do halfway through the PTR consistently will gain views because YouTube promotes it to people way after that information is either relevant or has been changed, or now short of actually just constantly removing videos because they become out of date, which for reference is an absolutely I mean, that is the death of a YouTube channel, because you're just hemorrhaging, you're literally shooting yourself in the foot. But it's yeah, I do worry how to... For example, I've got a video that's on the channel right now talking about crafting rank 5 and 6 legendaries, which is still a popular video to this day. But it was literally one of my very first videos on the PTR. It just happened to get a lot of views at the time, and it's continuing to get views to this day because it ranks well in YouTube search. But the problem is the information in the video is out of date. And I've got no, like, short of just taking that video down, I've got no real way of, you know, doing anything about it. YouTube can be a great source if you do it right. Yeah, this is why I want to... In recent time, a lot of the YouTube content has been very... what's the right word for it? It's been time-sensitive content. We've been covering the PTR. We've been, you know, updating on what's happening in the goal-making community. For example, our weekly, just going through the Wowhead economy report each week, for example. That is a video that is relevant to people for literally a matter of hours. It's relevant for that next coming week until it's replaced by something new. I need to go back to basics a little bit and continue to mix in some more evergreen content. Stuff that holds its own for a longer period of time. And it would, like, if you watch it now or if you watch it in 6 months, it will still be relevant, that sort of thing, you know. Hence why I kind of not on a hiatus from gold making on YouTube at the moment, but it's been a few days since I've posted anything because I'm working on something new. Some people add like text windows later on to correct out of date things. Not easily achievable on YouTube anymore. I mean, 5 years ago you could, but not really anymore. I got views on how to craft even weave. I got views on how to craft even weave even today. It's been obsolete for 10 years. Yeah, it's because the YouTube algorithm doesn't care if what's in the video is relevant. It cares about how many people click on the video, how long those people watch the video for, whether they then go on to watch any of your other videos after watching that video. That's just the downside of the YouTube algorithm. It's kind of why I've made more of a play to finance my content creation through like Patreon. Simply because if I can get enough people to support me on a monthly basis via Patreon, it removes the necessity for me to play the YouTube game. Now I know I don't play it like super hard to begin with. I do my absolute utmost to, you know, avoid clickbait where possible. But I still have to play the game to a degree. Because of course if I make a video and it just doesn't do anything in the YouTube algorithm, it's not helping anybody, especially not me, so... would more generic videos help you as an influencer? Sorry, I couldn't resist teasing. I mean content creator. Absolutely. Because you tend to find the... this is why I will always relate this back to goal making videos, because it's what people I think in the chat will understand. But the This is why 90% of gold making videos on YouTube are a title with a big gold amount and a shocked face on them. Because that bangs in the YouTube algorithm. Now, if the actual content in that video is then also somewhat reasonable, the words how to, yeah, the words how to do generally help as well. If the content in that video is also good, those videos tend to have a very high uptake on new subscribers, and people that watch that one video are then likely to go on and watch other videos. If for example, if we take a look at the last, I don't know, 5 videos or something on my channel, just real quick, let's just go. For example, if we take any given video on my channel, ignoring the Warcraft economy ones because they're deliberately like deliberately a, you know, reoccurring weekly thing, but a video, a 9.1 full prep guide for gold makers, is only relevant before patch 9.1. After 9.1, this is pointless. It was nice that the video got a bunch of views, but on the flip side of things, now it's done. Those glasses, the gold token glasses on, yeah, you like that one, did you? Yeah, a lot of my videos will perform well at the time, but don't have like many legs on them, in terms of the fact that they won't last for a reasonable amount of time. I need to do more videos that I don't know, are more evergreen, I think. I'm not entirely sure why so many of you are interested in fact, to be fair, probably half of you are just not even listening, so you're probably not interested in this, but the content creation strategy, it intrigues me, so I find it easy to talk about it. A TSM teardown. Well, you see, it's interesting you talk about that, because that is exactly what I'm working on right now. I'm working on a mini-series. It's currently scheduled to be a 4-video mini-series that will do just that. I've been holding off for a long time doing TSM specific videos, for one simple reason, that until TSM was, you know, in a good place, it seemed a bit counterintuitive, right? In patch 9.0, I wasn't really comfortable promoting TSM to people, because for most of the stuff you wanted it to do, it just didn't work. But luckily now that TSM supports optional reagents, it supports legendaries, it's about time to start helping people use it a little bit more, because it is a very powerful add-on if you get your head around it, but there's a very steep learning curve. What am I meant to be doing here? Empower the Purity Chime. Kill enemies around the area. Use the Purity Charm ability to kill the enemies near the bell. Oh, okay. So you put the bell down. Right, well that dude's just doing his thing. We'll go find another spot. We'll slap it down here somewhere. How close to this thing do we need to be? Is this close enough? Just. It's like if I want to find LTT's video on Ryzen APUs, I'd never find it anymore because it's called I would not want to be Intel right now, etc. It sucks, but creators have to do it for the purpose of the algorithm. Yeah, it's weird. You almost have to, like, a creative title can do more for your video than almost anything else. But in a weird shape, in a weird sense, that video will probably bang when it first goes live. But the problem is, yeah, it then has 0 searchability factor after that. But I'm going to tell you now, LTT doesn't give a hoot about search results. Zero shits are given. People, the views on their videos are not coming from people searching for stuff. A good 80 to 90% of their views will come from suggested. I guarantee it. Why has this thing got such a ridiculous cooldown? How am I meant to kill things near it if the cooldown on this stupid bell is like an hour long? Lots of people knew what a botter was but didn't know anything around it. I'm glad I pushed Zan because he didn't want to do the botting episode in the first place because of the negativity. Maybe we'll do another one at the end of the year, seeing on how's it's going and if anything has changed. Yeah, touchy subjects do well. I know we've spoke about this before, Jack, and I know your reasons sort of why, but I still think you need to get the Auction House podcast on YouTube in some form. Even if it's just in audio form with, you know, like splash screen, you actually need to get it on YouTube in some form. It doesn't have to be too graphical, it doesn't have to be very fancy. You've got to get that podcast on YouTube. Even if it does nothing more than, you know, has a bunch of links in the description. Okay, maybe I'll just wait for stuff to respawn here, because this stupid bell thing is on such a ridiculous cooldown. I can pull these closer to the bell again. Oh no, now the bell's despawned. Son of a... Damn, now I've wasted my cooldown on it. This quest is a dick. I don't like this quest. YouTube.com/The Auction House Podcast. Is it a thing? Have you uploaded to it recently? Well, there we go. There we go. There was a big hiatus for 5 months. But yeah. There we go. Boom. Gets a sub. Nicely advertised, Jack. Well done. Just slip it in there. Slip it in there. You got to take the content to the people. You can't always expect the people to go to the content. Can I tag you from miles away? Yep. Where the is my pet going? He's lost his mind. I can't remember. Oh, I'm trying to do world quests in Bastion for the calling, aren't I? That's what I'm trying to do. It's like, what am I even doing this for? Now I'll actually remember to listen to it. I haven't listened to yesterday's episode yet because you released it late. So I've not had a chance. But I'm sure it's a banger, so well done. You forgot the bell to be notified when a new video comes out? I don't tick the bell. For one simple reason. I don't expect other people to. And I don't need to. I'm way more active on YouTube than the average person. If I'm subbed to you and you release something, I see it, and then I choose to watch it or not. Might need to be a bit smoother with the advertising. Oh dear. Ah, I need to kill one dude. Can we just tag one of you? Can one of you come over here, please? Hey, don't kill him. I need him to be closer. Stop casting from a mile away. Oh, you are shitting me. He was out of range. What a stupid game. What an actually stupid game. One thing I found with your TSM settings, which I love by the way, thank you. The restock amounts are a bit much for me to handle currently. Can I just use different operations or lower the account? The profile is designed to be very easily customized. So for Mo, I think the only thing that's crafting at a large quantity is probably the item level 200 gear. Most other stuff, I don't think you ever craft more than like 1 or 2 or 3 of them. But it's very simple to take the operation that you're interested in, duplicate it, and readjust the crafting quantity, and then apply it to the group as you wish. Enchants too, though. Oh yeah, enchants are set to 20 of everything. Yeah, I can imagine that's pretty aggressive for some people. Yeah, you can if you're on the where is it? No, hang on, the Patreon one. Enchants, for example, you are probably, I think where are the operations on this? Yeah, it's set to craft 20 of everything with no minimum. Yeah, this is probably a little aggressive actually for a lot of people. You can easily change this one. You could can that off and you could change it to like 5 or 10. If you change it to... It should actually be 20 with... It should actually be 20, 10% crafting or 10 gold. That's the operation it should have been. I wonder if I've made a boo-boo in that one. But you probably, if you want to change it to a small amount, you could change it to like 5 or something like that quite easily. You could either select another operation, or the simple thing to do would be to take, like, for example, the 20, 10% crafting or 10 gold one, duplicate that. We could do 10% crafting or 10 gold profit, and you could just quickly change these. So like minimum restock of 5, maximum 10, and then apply that operation to it. It's like I said, it's designed to be a good foundation, and designed so that you can take what's already there, duplicate it, change it a little bit, reapply it to a group, with confidence that it's not going to break too much. If you have specific questions or want sort of advice on what to do in a very specific situation, either DM me on Discord, or there's the TSM premium channel, which is sort of designed so that people can ask questions specifically about the profile. We talked some shit about Mantheus in the latest episode. Is this a way to really make sure that I do remember to listen to it? Didn't want to mess it up too much in case I broke it. It's designed in a way that it's pretty difficult to break. Like I said, my groups and operations is designed to be like that foundation. It's a solid foundation for crafting that can quite easily be adjusted to customize it to your own, needs or wishes. We talked about the Longboy in the black market auction house container. I see where this is going. Alright, sure, fine. I see where this is going. 120k today so far, a good percentage of it in the black. Sounds good. Sounds very good. Oh, you have to charge this bell and then you have to go do something with it, don't you? I remember this world quest. It's taking me considerably longer to do this world quest than it probably should have done. Learn from Jack, this is how you sell out. I'm not so good at that. I'm not gonna lie. What are we doing up here? Coalescing Fury. Coalesced Fury and Purity's Pinnacle slain. Where are you? What? Where are you? Who am I killing now? Use the empowered Purity charm. What? Yeah, who now? Why am I all the way up here? I'm not meant to be all the way up here. I'm meant to be down here. Oh, it's because I clicked the stupid portal thing. I was going to say, if I remember this right, I don't need to be down here. There's a spawn or something here somewhere, isn't there? There we go. I remember now. Shows you just how many world quests I haven't done in Shadowlands. Running round to do world quests was, yeah, too much like hard work. That's two of... oh my god, I thought that was the third world quest. That wasn't even the third world quest. People are strange, they cry about Lego prices, but then they buy 230 gear for almost 80k, knowing that they'll be replaced in a few weeks. Of course I'm happy, because they buy my gear. Yeah. Yeah. It's the, yeah. Yeah, there's no other way to sugarcoat that. It's crazy to see what people do. Thing is, people won't have any objection. It's more of a case of value, right? They don't see enough value in spending that amount of gold on one item. But yeah, they'll buy an entire set of gear for Fresh Alt for that amount because it's of value to them. This is the issue, right? One person's value of an item can often be very different to another. Like like for example, I couldn't care less about a rank 5 or 6 legendary if I'm honest. Makes no difference to me whatsoever. Like literally no difference to me whatsoever. If I wasn't caked in golds to begin with, there's no way that I'd have these legendaries because they're just too expensive. That one piece of gear getting a higher item level, more stats on it, sure, fine. Good for some. If you're trying to min-max your DPS, you do you. But it's not of value to me. Yet dropping 5 million gold on a stupid mount that gives me the option to get to the auction house quickly and easily, that becomes of value to me. Even more of value to me, considering I now can't do it. Stupid long boy club. Stupid long boys. Oh, hang on, there's 2 here. 7, 8. 2 more. See, it's world quests like these that were a pain back in the day, but with flying now, you don't even have to kill anything. Fly around, scout about a bit. Dip in, pick up what you need, dip out. Although I can't find... here's one. We'll just kill this dude. Oh, that was 9. I thought that was the last one. I'd buy a full set of gear for my ults for 80k in a heartbeat. Well, yeah, not only I would, but I did and I do. There was no way I was going to be running around doing the campaign and world quests and stuff on what I think this dude had. I mean, to be fair, I think this dude had 168 gear to begin with. So I'd already bought this alt 1 set of gear. Where's my Hearthstone set to? Can I get? I can get straight back to the heart of the forest. Well, that we will do. Pretty sure I won't be buying a single Lego for 500 to 600k. Yeah, me too. Right, where do we hand this calling in? It's out there. Give me my renown! Boom. Oh! I just realised we missed a boss in LFR as well, didn't we? Because the Tarragrue was already dead when we got there. Well, we're getting there. Couple of renown. We're getting there. Can you still get renown? Surely you can still get renown from doing Castle Nathria, right? I should probably just do a full run in there. A full run of Castle Nathria probably should do me to... I should get a couple, surely. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. Or I'll just, you know, not bother and just casually do my callings. Completed Facebook. Yeah, I've been slacking on the Facebook gaming. That's true. Wait, Vallegro, you are the bear? What, in the shrine of is it Shrine of Myth? Where is it? In Mr. Pandaria? He's the big floof bot. Big floof bot that's blocking the auction house. Where's this thing? It's there. Oh, did I get the same one twice? I got the same one twice. Oh, I got one of them at... Okay. I got one of them at 184. And then another one at 213 somehow. Not sure how that happened, but sure. I guess we got to delete that one then. Didn't get any renown 2 weeks ago in CN. I'll try it. We'll see. We'll see. Quick check to see if we sold anything interesting. Likelihood is we probably haven't. Quick check on here, see if we sold anything interesting. Come on, game. Why so slow? Show me the goodies. Bunch of base items. See? Once again, a lot of people will be like, what are you making that for? What are you wasting time making that for? I mean, even the dumb stuff. It's worth crafting one and listing it. Item level 87, Shrouded Cloth Cape. Cost me a grand total of 41 gold to make this. Sold it for 1,000. Desolate Leather Helm, 151 gold. Sold it for 400. If you this is the thing, right? Going out of your way to craft this item, yeah, it's probably not very sensible. But if it's all part of just one restock of an entire profession that you do once every couple of days, it's just free gold, really. It's free gold. It's the small little things in large quantities that make your gold always steadily tick up. Something that tickles me about people selling rank 6 items for less than the price of 40 Courthite. Yeah, it's a bit odd. You don't sell what you don't post. Exactly. Exactly. You don't post it, you ain't going to sell it. Just want to know what their goal is. Their goal is to get as much money from the Courthite crystals that they farmed as quickly as possible. And you will never ever see them crafting or selling one ever again. Regardless of the fact that they could have just sold the crystals in the first place. Anything good over here? Hang on, no. Wait. Probably not anything at all. Poor as sharpening stones. Okay, well, first thing Monday morning is not the time you craft anything or sell anything, so I'm good. Almost out of lightless, and the cheapest is 106 gold a piece. Oh my days. Oh my days. Yeah, it's bad news when you burn through your stockpile and have to start paying, you know, rookie numbers again. Anyway though, boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there for today's stream. Thank you all once again for joining. We've had a... we weren't super constructive today, I don't feel. I don't feel today was a mega constructive day, but we did go through... We had a mini TED Talk, which I may repurpose for the purpose of a video, actually. As this mini TED Talk was unpromptu. I had no intention of doing it. It was all... It was triggered by a comment in chat. But we'll... I may repurpose this mini TED Talk into a video at some point, because I think it proved a point quite nicely. We did the Wowhead Weekly Economy as well, so actually we actually, Jack and all his nopers, we did some stuff today. We did some stuff, a couple of renown on our character. Not a huge amount of actual gameplay, but a lot of theory crafting, a lot of gold making talk. It was good fun. Did you spy my 5 months ago? Because that's how I started in February, just hit gold cap yesterday. GG. Congrats. You got more liquid gold than I do right now. Yeah, I suppose we did a few bits and pieces. But anyway, boys and girls, today being Monday means tomorrow's Tuesday. It will be schedule as normal tomorrow. Wednesday is going to be a big reset day. We might do a double stream on Wednesday. We'll see how I feel. I'm in a weird way, I'm trying to tone down just the amount of hours that we stream, because I'm very cautious of that less is more. I would rather put together a shorter stream that's more action-packed and more structured than just stream for 8 hours and do nothing. But we'll be back again tomorrow, same sort of time, so if you enjoyed today, please join us again tomorrow. If you haven't already, hit that follow button. We do this Monday through till Friday every week, with a primary focus on gold making. Couple of places you can check me out, you can find me. We have the YouTube, youtube.com/Manthius. I mean, most people probably found me from there in the first place. Hang on, this is not the right one. Hang on, this is not the right one. We're being scamazed. Here we go. youtube.com/Manthius. Much better, much better. And of course, there's the Discord. If you want any of the Shadowlands cheat sheet, if you want my basic TSM groups, you can get them through the Discord. So make sure you go check that out. There's loads of people kicking about on Discord nowadays. Conversations between each other. A lot of goal making talk going on. Well worth jumping in here, saying hi. If you've got any goal making questions, there's plenty. There's countless amounts of knowledge in here. Feel free to extract some of it. The link to the Discord is also down below. But there we go. That's me done. There's my mini promo out the way. We'll be back tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day and happy goal making, boys and girls. Peace.